Good morning once again. I am Amanda McGrory. We were here at Calvin University in Grand Rapids, Michigan for the Hartford Nationals conducted by Move United. This is day one of track events. We are starting off with the 1,500 meters. We have quite a few 1,500 meter heats. It is 7:30. Our first event should be going off in just a moment, and we will be starting with the mixed U14 U17 ambulatory 1,500 meter event.
Yeah, so in lane 2, we have Hayden. Lane 3, we have Kristen. Elena is in lane 4. Jackson is in lane 5. Wesley is in lane 6. And in 7, we have Bennett.
So we have two different age groups here. We also have men and women running, and we've got a couple of different classifications, which we can talk about a little bit as well. So all of the athletes in this race are ambulatory athletes. The top three we see here, Hayden, Kirsten, and Isla, all in the T64 classification. You, Derek, are a T64. Talk to me about what that means.
Yeah, so T64 is a classification where there's a single amputation below the knee. So most of the time this will be like a signs amputation, which is right at the ankle, but most of the time it's just below the knees what the classification is.
So all of these athletes are running with lower leg prosthetics with a running blade.
Yes.
In the 64, just one leg.
Just single hand.
Yep, in that classification. We also have ambulatory T38 and 36 athletes. That'll be Jackson, Wesley, and Bennett. They all compete within the 30 categories, which is for athletes who have an impairment that affects coordination and balance. So most of these athletes have a diagnosis like cerebral palsy. So two different classifications running on this event. The 1,500 meters is 3 3/4 laps, and this is a little bit longer than anything you've ever run, Derek.
Yes, after 200 meters, it's pretty much done. Most of the time I just complete long jump, which is 100 feet, and then we call it done after that.
So tell me what it takes to run a 1,500 as an athlete with a lower limb amputation.
The stride lengths, I would say, are a little different. It's because a lot of it is being able to have both the stride lengths try to be the same. So for myself, my right leg is my amputation. So for my left leg, it's more of like the drive, and then I bring it back. As a younger athlete, once you come into more of a professional stance, you have to make it be the same stride length.
So learning how to get that symmetry off of one biological foot and then the blade on the other side is the biggest challenge.
Instead of just dragging the prosthetic along.
And then as you start getting tired, that gets more difficult, right?
Yeah, correct. Because most of these athletes, the left leg or the leg with the non-prosthetic will be a lot stronger. So to be able to go ahead of it and be able to pull your whole body is challenging for young athletes.
And this is Kirsten Brunson coming through with Team Texas. And Hayden Fletcher here for Okasa. Coming through, this is 3 3/4 laps. So all of these athletes are about halfway through this 1,500 meter race. 1,500 meters is just 100 meters short of a mile. So this is a long one. Jackson Higgins crossing the line. And this is 2 laps to go for all of the athletes out here on the track. So much about the 1,500 meters is really about pacing yourself. It's not the longest race, but it is long enough where you really start to feel that burn start to set in. So what do you think these athletes are feeling out here right now with 2 laps to go of this mile-long race?
I think 2 laps to go, they want to be done. I think after that, they pretty much want to be done. But also trying to stay consistent with the same pace that they have. A lot of them have a lap pace, so like they try to meet 50 seconds, whatever the lap pace is.
And here is Ella Duncan coming in for her bell lap. You hear that bell in the background. That means there is 1 lap left to go. So this is 400 meters. Last lap of your 1500, what would you be thinking, Derek?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Is it survival? Is it all out sprint?
I'll out sprint the last 100 meters.
Last 100 meters. All right, so we're getting ready for that last 100-meter sprint. Rest of the field coming through right now for their bell laps. Kirsten Brunson here coming up the final straight with just under 500 meters to go. And Hayden Fletcher just behind. That bell is the best sound to hear when you're doing a race like this. Oh my goodness. Hayden Fletcher with a little fall right before the bell lap, but back up and recovered. And Jackson Higgins now coming across for one lap to go. So much about this race is pacing yourself. So if you're running long distance, how are you thinking about that going into a 1500 meter? Do you know what lap splits you want to hit, or are you running off a field?
I would say you run off a field.
Run off a field?
Because you practice it.
Yep. And that is Ayla Duncan. Last lap for Bennett Miser from the Courage Kenny Blizzards. So for the girls, U17 T64 classification, we have Isla Duncan, Kirsten Brunson, and Hayden Fletcher. Still coming around right now for the final lap. Less than 100 meters to go of this 1,500-meter race. This last 100 meters is all about that sprint, keeping moving, making sure you've got it going. And look at those final sprints coming up behind. This is going to be so close. Kirsten Brunson, can she hold on? Almost there. Kirsten Brunson, Hayden Fletcher coming through just behind with an amazing final sprint. That was quite a kick after running 3 laps.
The last 100 meter really makes the race what it is.
The last 100 meter, a lot of it can come down to after 1,400 meters, a lot can come down to that last little stretch. If you save enough for the finishing kick, everything can change.
Yes, it can.
So here we have Isla Duncan from Louisville Lightning coming in at 6:08.90. In second, Kirsten Brunson from San Antonio at 7:29. Hayden Fletcher from Okasa at 7:30. And in the boys U14 classification, we have Jackson Higgins from Okasa coming in first, followed by competitors Wesley Bobin and Bennett Miser. We are up to our next event already. This will be the boys under 14 1,500 meter event, and this is a mixed U14 1,500 meter events. All of the athletes in this event will be wheelchair racers. So a little bit of a different event coming up here.
Yeah, so in lane 2 is Natalie. Lane 3 is Alexa. Lane 4 is Claire. Lane 5 is Dakota. Lane 6 is Rebecca. Lane 7 is Rashai. And lane 8 is Harry.
So mix of athletes in this event. We have some T54 athletes. We also have athletes in the T33 and 34 classifications. So this is a mix between athletes who have an impairment that affects only their lower body, racing as T54s. A lot of these athletes have lower level spinal cord injuries. They have really good trunk control, really good strong trunks. And then athletes in the T33, 34 classifications, these athletes compete in the cerebral palsy category. And use racing chairs instead of runners. We saw some T36, 38 athletes running in the previous event. This event will have some T33s and 34s using racing chairs. Also a mix of girls and boys here, all within the same U14 age division. This is my favorite race, one of my favorite races when I used to compete. Wheelchair racing is a lot of fun at the 1,500 meter event because you get the opportunity to break in and you can utilize some drafting techniques.
What was the hardest part about the 1,500?
The hardest part for me about the 1,500 is maintaining that speed. We talked about going off of whether you're going off a feel or you're trying to hit a time, but you've got to be able to stay with the pack if you want to finish first in that race. So this is all about going fast enough that you can put yourself into a good position, but also making sure you've got that final kick ready to go. Because as we talked about in the last race, a lot comes down to that final 100 meters. So we are getting set up on the track right now. And we'll have just a minute. We've got a start time coming up. So Derek, you told me earlier that you've run a 1,500 meter in practice, never in a race. What is the longest race you have ever run?
The longest race I've ever done was a 400 meter dash.
How'd you feel about it?
I felt good.
Yeah?
My goal was to, I haven't done it since high school. And actually the last time I did it was in a junior nationals meet.
All right.
That's what it used to be called 3 years ago. It was junior nationals.
You're right. Before it became the Hartford Nationals, and we opened competition up to adult classifications as well, which is really exciting for another opportunity to kind of expand classifications, expand the ability for people to compete, and give more individuals from different age groups, different disability classifications, an opportunity to get out here and to compete and to see how they stack up against some national competition.
Exactly.
So you ran the 400 meter here, but you mostly do throws and jumps, right?
Correct, yeah. My events that I do is long jump, discus, and javelin. The best event that I have probably is between the long jump and discus.
Do you have a favorite between the two of them? Would you prefer to do? They're very, very different events.
Very different. It just really depends on the day. Like if I have a great day for long jump, then it's a good day for long jump, and if I have a better day for discus, then it's discus.
I just heard the whistle blow out on the track, so that means the athletes are set and getting lined up, and we should hear the gun in just a moment. And that is the gun. They are off. Athletes are already off and coming around the turn in the first 100 meter event. In the 1,500 meters, athletes start in their own lanes, and as soon as the inside lane is clear, they can break in. So all of the athletes are going to come through in lane one. That is Harry Hong Lee, first one across the line. 3 laps to go for all of these athletes. 300 meters into this 3 3/4 lap race.
So maybe the guests at home are thinking about how hard it is to steer. How hard is it to steer with the chairs?
That is a great question, Jarek. So I think that learning how to steer a racing chair is probably one of the most challenging things that you learn. So racing chairs actually have two different sets of steering on them. There's traditional handlebars on the top, and those are attached to a spring-loaded cylinder. And so there's screws that you can use to adjust that steering to set the chair so that it goes straight, which is great because it means that you don't have to have your hands on the handlebars to move. You can focus on pushing and just getting yourself going. But then when you hit the track, and we might be able to see it right here as Harry comes out of the turn, there is a second set of steering, and it's called a track compensator. And you'll see all of the athletes take a real quick break, and Harry's getting ready to do it right now, and hit the front of their chair. And when that happens, there's actually a second set of steering that will move the position of the front wheel. And that's what allows athletes to go around the turn without having to steer. So this is one of those things that's really hard to learn because you want to make sure you're doing it at exactly the right time. So 2 laps for Harry, 2 laps to go. Claire Lachaume coming through in second. These are athletes from different classifications, boys and girls, so not everyone out on the track is competing against each other for this event. Coming up next, we've got a pack of athletes, and it looks like there's a little bit of a move here. A sprint out in lane 2, coming through with 2 laps to go. So 2 laps left to go, and this is all about keeping moving. It's really started to burn for all of these athletes. You're feeling that lactic acid buildup. You've got to stay strong. You've got to push through it. Here comes Harry Hong-Lee. Again, 500 meters to go, looking really strong and really consistent here. With wheelchair athletes, a lot of times you can tell you're starting to get tired. You want to see a really high lift off the back of the wheels. You can see how high Harry's elbows and arms are getting. When athletes start to get tired, you start to see those arms fall a little bit. Just like when you're running, your technique is a little bit messier when you get a little bit tireder. It's a little bit harder to stay super, super tight on that. And that is 1 lap to go for Harry and Claire Lachaume. Harry leading the boys T34 classification right now, and Claire in the lead for the girls T54s. Dakota Nesbitt here coming through for her bell lap as well. And this is it, 400 meters left, and it is all about saving enough for that last final sprint, Derek.
So what are you thinking in this moment as a 400?
And this, just like you said, you are ready for it to be done. It burns, it hurts, and it is all about pushing through that pain and staying consistent as much as you can. And this is it, everybody heading out into their belt lap, and we see Harry now coming up the straight for his final lap through the finish. We talked about saving enough of that final sprint, and look at him go. Look how fast his hands are moving across the line. So, first finisher, Harry Hong-Lee for the boys T34 classification. Nolani Spicer onto her bell lap, and that was Claire Lachaume taking the win for the girls T54 classification. Just about 100 meters to go here. And it's all about just getting across the line now.
Push, push, push.
Looking super strong, and you can see that. You can see the hand speed picking up, saving for that final sprint. Almost there, less than 100 meters to go now. Dakota Nesbitt coming in across the finish line now. We've got a couple more finishers coming now up along the final stretch. That was the final lap for Rishi, so 400 meters left to go. And Rebecca DiGiorgio from Dreamplex Parasports in Florida crossing the line. And that is Nolani Spicer from San Antonio, racing in the T33 category, the only girl racing in the T33 category in this event. And here are our final results. That is Harry Hong Lee coming in first in the boys T34 classification, 5:12:58. Claire Lachaume as the first T54 girls finisher at 5:23:64. Dakota Nesbitt, 6:18:28. Alexa Landers, 6:40:56. Rebecca DiGiorgio, 6:56:94. Nolani Spicer, 7:18:40. And Rishi coming in for his final straight right now. So we've got a couple more 1500s coming up. It is 7:52 a.m. It's not too warm out here yet. It looks like it is about 68 degrees, but it's already pretty humid. It's a little sticky over here.
Yeah. I just moved to Georgia, so this is not sticky at all.
Oh, this is not sticky at all compared to Georgia. Did you live in Michigan previously?
Yeah,
Have you ever done some training here?
Yeah, so I went to a college in Hope College just down the road from us. Calvin is actually a rivalry, so I can't stand being here, but it's okay.
Oh, my goodness. You're in enemy territory.
I'm in enemy territory.
Did you, were you on any sports teams? Did you compete in college?
I did. I've competed in football and track and field as well.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. What's your favorite?
Oh, I don't know. I love football, and I will always love football, but track and field I've always been a lot better at.
So have you ever had the opportunity to run on this track at Calvin University?
I did. We had conference here last year.
All right.
So yeah, it was kind of weird, but it was good. They have a nice track.
It is a nice track, and that can make a really big difference when you are out and competing.
Yeah.
You want the track to be, the harder it is, the faster it's going to be, right?
Exactly, yeah. And then for the sand, if the sand has any rocks in it, then it kind of gets in your head, and you're like, man, I hope I don't land on that rock. But
oh, yeah, for the jumping events, absolutely. So it's a beautiful day out here right now. I don't feel any wind at all, and the wind can also have a huge effect on the events too.
Yeah.
Especially if you're throwing, right?
Throwing and long jump. Like long jump, if the wind is too strong that goes with you, then the jump is illegal. It's illegal.
Yeah, that's something I was really surprised to learn, and I also learned that sometimes if the wind is too strong for a long jump, it can actually be kind of hard if you have too much of a tailwind to control the direction where you're going.
Yeah, that, and you won't hit the board properly, so then you have to step back, and then your steps are all off that you've been practicing all week. And
it's amazing that the conditions can have such a huge effect on outcome and results for different athletes. So we have another 1,500 meter event coming up. This will be our third out of, I'm counting because there's so many. We have 9, 10 1,500-meter events this morning. That is a lot of events, and it's one of the really cool things about nationals is that not only do athletes get the opportunity to compete with other athletes from around the country in their same classification, so with a disability that affects them in a similar way, but also in different age groups. And so this is great for kids and for younger athletes who maybe at home don't get the opportunity to compete a lot against athletes who are the same age as them. And so that's something that's really cool here. But it's part of the reason why we have so many different events.
It's nice to be able to compete against your classification too, because a lot of these smaller meets, you never see anybody like T64 with a single amp. So you get to meets like this, and it's a lot more bigger, a lot more competition.
That is absolutely true. So we're going to talk more about that in just a second, but we are getting ready for our third 1,500 of the morning. And this is going to be a boys U17 event. And this is a run. So all of the athletes will be ambulatory in this event.
Yeah, so in lane 2, we have Landon. Lane 3 is Chase. Lucas is in lane 4. Raymond is in lane 5. Grayson is in lane 6. Lane 7, we have William. And Joshua, we in lane 8.
So this is similar to what we saw in our first 1,500 meters. This is a mixed classification event, and we have a mix of athletes in the 30s categories, so ambulatory athletes with cerebral palsy. We also have a T64 and some T45 athletes. So athletes, again, T64, that is the classification that Derek competed in. Can you remind everybody what T64 classification is?
T64 is a single amp below the knee.
And then for our T45 athletes, these will be athletes who have a limb difference on their upper bodies.
It's a single arm, right?
You are correct. So getting ready to kick off here, we talked a little bit about how cool it is to get to come to an event like this and have the opportunity to compete against other people in your classification. And you actually started running not in adaptive sports, right, Derek?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I started my whole process was through Challenge Athletes Foundation, which is the huge foundation and grants, prosthetics, chairs, stuff like that. And they gave me the situation to be able to participate in adaptive sports.
And that is when you got your first running leg and got your chance to run and to compete in para track and field for the first time.
See a whole different kind of world that I never even experienced or even knew it was out there.
And it makes a huge difference when you get that equipment and you're able to actually compete on a level playing field with people who have a similar classification or a similar disability to yourself.
Exactly.
So getting ready for this event, these will all be boys under 17, between 14 and 16 years old. But similarly, we've got a mix of classifications here. So even though we have 7 athletes out on the track, pretty full track, not all of the athletes will be competing against each other, because something that they make sure to do here at the Hartford Nationals is to be sure that all of the athletes are competing within their classification, within their age group, against athletes with a similar impairment. So you did your first para meet. You came to nationals quite a few years ago. 3 years ago?
I think it was 5 years
5 years ago, so a little bit longer. And you have gone on to compete at quite a few different Paralympic events.
Yes.
And that was the gun for this third heat of the boys 1,500 meter event, and they are off hitting the first turn 100 meters in right now, and that looks like a very, very comfortable long stride we have.
That was a quick start.
That was a really, really fast start for a 1,500. I think there's some confidence here.
Yeah, he's been training.
Yeah, absolutely. Already opening up a little bit of a gap, and you can see super, super comfortable. Those are really long, really smooth strides coming across the line. And that'll be Ramon Little coming through in second. Grayson Little right now leading the field, competing as an independent athlete. Lucas Duggan in the T37 category. most of the athletes coming across right now. This will be everybody 3/4 of a lap in, 3 more times to cross that finish line.
It's always cool to see the independent athletes. I've always been an independent athlete, and it's just the process of how much harder it actually is compared to being on a team.
It is, and that is a really good point. It makes it a little bit more difficult to find resources, to get training. So how did you navigate breaking into the para sports world and adaptive sports as an independent athlete? So you learned about it through Challenged Athletes, and then got started. And then what did you do from there?
I just had a great mom, honestly. She kind of just took the reins and learned a lot about it, and then kind of showed me what it was like. And yeah, we just kind of learned together, and it was great.
Having that support can make such a huge difference. One of the tricky parts about para sports and adaptive sports is there's not always a program and there's not always resources close to you.
Yeah.
And so finding out about where those things exist and where you can find them is super important. But for anybody who is watching and maybe wants to get involved, the moveunitedsport.org website is a great way to find out about local clubs, local events that are happening near you, opportunities to get involved, not only as an athlete, but also as a supporter. You can volunteer for different events, find out what sorts of different para and adaptive sport events are happening in your area. You can also subscribe to get the Move United magazine for free, sign up for a newsletter, listen to a podcast with all sorts of guests from the Paralympic sports world, including a lot of legends in Paralympic sports. Tatiana McFadden, 21-time track and field medalist, just recorded an episode of the podcast yesterday, which is a pretty big deal. And she's going to be joining us a little bit later on the broadcast here to talk about coming back to nationals after being gone for a few years. This is where Tatiana actually got her start when she was about 7 or 8 years old. Everyone coming through right now, and that is the bell lap for Grayson Adams, our leader of this event. Grayson took off really strong, really confident from the start, and it looks like he's been pretty consistent in holding up that pace for the past couple of laps.
A lot of time you just see someone sprint out and they lose it, but Grayson's been able to hold it throughout the whole race.
Holding that it's really evident that there has been a lot of training and a lot of preparation that goes into this. So athletes who are competing here need to compete at one of the Move United sanctioned competitions throughout the summer, and with those results need to hit a qualifying mark to come and compete at nationals. So these really are the best of the best in their categories and age groups from around the country. Every athlete had to qualify to be here today.
Yep.
Last lap here. William Gephardt, the second athlete competing in the T45 classification, just crossing with 1 lap to go. And this will be and that is Grayson Adams coming through with a very strong lead. He will be the first finisher in this heat, also the top finisher, national champion in the boys U17 T45 classification for the 1500 meter, and that was a dominant performance by Grayson.
That was a good race by Grayson.
Chase Miller with 400 meters to go here. And just like in the other 1,500 meters this morning, this is where that pain is really setting in. You've got to push through. You've got to maintain your stride. You've got to stay steady. And it's just 100 meters to that finish line, but it can feel really far away, especially if you're only used to running 100 or 200 meters like you, Derek. We've got a little bit of a finishing sprint here.
Ooh, that was close.
That was close. That was an impressive finishing kick. That's what we talk about, saving a little bit for the end because you never know what can happen. So much can change.
'Cause that was the difference between second and third.
Absolutely. $100 meters left to go here, coming out of that turn, and this is it. The finish line is within distance, and it is just about hanging on, keeping it together all the way across the line. Landon Brown crossing the finish line of this 1,500-meter event. And look at this final finishing kick all the way across the line, looking so, so strong. That was our third 1,500-meter event of the morning. And final results up here on the screen now. That is Grayson Adams coming through under 5 minutes at 4:53. That is an impressively fast time over 1,500 meters. In second, we've got Raymond Little. William Gephardt in third. Lucas Duggan in fourth. Chase Miller in fifth. Landon Brown in sixth. Josh Stouse coming through in seventh. And a quick reminder that these finishing places are the finishing for the heat, not necessarily within classification for each of these athletes. It's a mixed classification event, so not every athlete in every event is competing against each other, although they are on the track at the same time.
Correct.
Next up, we are going to have the girls under 17 1,500-meter wheelchair race event. These are mostly athletes in the T53-54 classification, with one athlete who is competing as a T34. So all wheelchair racers. The difference in the numbers is the difference in their impairments and the way that it affects their performance in their racing chairs. So we will have that coming up in just a minute.
So in lane 1, we have Mary. Lane 2 is Alexis. Margaret is in lane 3. Lisa is in lane 4. And then in lane 6 is Juliana. Lane 7 is Brooklyn. 8 is Lillian. Lane 9 is Isabella. And lane 10 is Madeline. Packed race for this one.
This is a very, very full heat, and I'm actually really excited to get the chance to watch this race. I saw quite a few of these athletes compete last year. I also just saw Isabel Crew a couple weeks ago. Actually, less than a couple weeks ago. I was in Atlanta calling the Peachtree 10K road race, and Isabel Crew won the juniors Peachtree road race. So really, really strong distance athletes here. Autumn Fott and Isabel Crew both representing Texas Parasport, and they have been very, very strong over the past year. They actually both had the opportunity to race at Paralympic trials for the Paris Paralympics last year, which is a huge, huge achievement.
It is. It's a big milestone.
Absolutely, for high school age athletes. So we talked a little bit earlier about finding resources as an athlete with a disability to get involved. And MoveUnitedSport.org, the website for Move United, is a great place to go and look. There are 245 different member organizations across the country. So that means you're probably not too far from a Move United chapter, no matter where you are.
There's teams all over the states, and to reach out or help or volunteer, and yeah.
And in addition to opportunities for competition, Move United also offers quite a few community-based programs. And if you are an adaptive PE teacher or are looking for opportunities for curriculum and education, there's resources for free on the Move United website for adaptive sports there as well. So everyone is off about 100 meters in, coming into that first turn at 200. Athletes are still settling in a little bit, and you see this a lot in the higher age groups when athletes are hitting some higher speeds. It takes a minute to make sure you are clear to move in. You can move into lane 1, but you have to make sure that you are not impeding anyone else as you do that. So you can't cut anyone else off. That is a good way to get yourself disqualified from the race. There's also a couple of other ways to do that, and in the shorter races, one of the ways to get disqualified is to step outside of your lane. 300 meters in for most of the athletes. We can see the second chase pack coming up now. Julia Gonzalez just crossing with 300 meters to go. And then on the back side of the track, we can see our lead pack already coming up into the turn, getting ready to hit their second lap. So this race is really, really moving. Just like we saw in the last one with Grayson Adams taking off super, super strong from the start. We had some serious speed off the beginning of this. These are some really fast starts.
Yeah.
This is Autumn Fought with the 8 on her helmet, coming through in first right now. Autumn Fought, one of those athletes who has been really, really improving over the past couple of years, racing at Paralympic trials. That is Brooklyn Gossard from Parasport Spokane. And the goal for a lot of athletes who are here, who are competing, getting this experience on the national stage, is to get the opportunity to go to Paralympic national championships, USA Track and Field national championships, or Paralympic trials, and hopefully make a world championship or Paralympic team.
Exactly, yeah.
Have you had the opportunity to compete at Paralympic trials, Derek?
I have. Competed last year at the Paralympic trials, and then competing as well in Oregon in about 2 weeks.
In just a couple weeks. What events are you competing in there?
Long jump, discus, and javelin.
All three?
All three.
Are you, which one are you closest to qualification standards for?
I would say discus.
For the national team?
Yep.
And that is Autumn Fought coming through on the bell lap, followed by Isabel Crew. Less than 400 meters to go for these two. They are really, really moving. And this is something that is important too. There are athletes, different classifications, all different speeds. And when you are out there running a 1,500 meter, you want to run your race, not someone else's race.
Exactly. So how hard is it to pass somebody? So like if you come around and you're running your race, but you want to pass somebody, get from lane 1 to lane 2, how hard is that?
That's a really good question. So the hardest part about wheelchair racing, we talked a little bit about how you steer a racing chair. The hardest part about wheelchair racing is it's totally different than an everyday wheelchair, the standard, 4 wheelchairs that people use most of the time. And so much about this is just time and experience and getting the opportunity to race like this and learn how to control the chair with your body. So it's hard to learn, but a lot of times, and look at this coming around. And that is going to be Isabel Crew coming through right ahead of her teammate, Autumn Fought. These two teammates really, really fast, getting the opportunity to compete here together and push each other to go faster, which was an amazing finish. Incredible sprint from Isabel. Julia Gonzalez coming through in third. Mary McDonald in lane 1. Mary is the only T53 athlete in this event. Athletes who are classed in the T53 classification normally have an impairment that affects their core strength as well. So you can see in the way the athletes are pushing, 54 athletes have a whole lot of power. They can really drive down and use those core muscles, their chest, their back, their abs. 53 athletes have a little bit less function there and are really relying on their arms to get moving. That's Margaret Shannon with 1 lap to go. And I got distracted by the finishes, but we were talking about how hard it is to change lanes. And so much of it is just experience and learning how to control the chair with your body. So at the highest levels, you'll see athletes when they make the move to come around, they don't even touch their steering. The chairs fit so tight, and athletes are strapped in so tightly, they can actually use their hips and their body to kind of bounce the chair out a lane without skipping a stroke, without hitting their compensators or using their steering. They just use their bodies to make that move and come around, which makes those finishing sprints really, really smooth. And because you actually get a drafting effect if you're tucked in behind someone, it can be a pretty significant energy save. There's also a slingshot effect. So if you time it at just the right moment to come out around someone, you kind of get pushed by the wind to push you and give you a little extra oomph as you make that sprint around. And this is Mary McDonald coming through one more time for her last lap.
So then you have to stay pretty straight when you're in the chair then. Since it's so tight, and if you want to move over, you have to stay pretty, like you have to have a point of contact where you want to like stay.
Yep, that is a really, really good point. And it is one of the things about wheelchair racing is that these chairs are not built for comfort.
Right.
It's all about speed. So you want to be in as tight as you can. You want to be strapped in really, really tight, because the tighter you are, and obviously you want to be straight, and you want to be as symmetrical as you can be, and then that really gives you the ability to control the chair a lot. But that's one of those things that you just learn over time, just like any other sport where you're doing training and you are learning technique. The technique of wheelchair racing is such a huge part of racing. And so we have all of our finishers up here. In first, Isabel Crew, 4:14:39, and right behind her teammate Autumn fought at 4:15. These two so strong. Dominant leads off the start. They started hard and fast and kept that up, and we saw that incredible sprint from Isabel coming into the finish. It's that final kick we talked about. Everything comes down to that last 100 meters.
It's great to have a teammate like that to push yourself all the way to the end and always consistently push yourself throughout every practice.
Absolutely. It makes a huge difference having that competition. It just makes you want to be faster and makes you want to be better and makes you want to try harder. And I'm sure you've experienced this as well when you broke into adaptive sport and had the opportunity to finally compete against other T64s, other amputees, that you had something to shoot for and a place where you knew you wanted to be.
Exactly.
So we talked about Jeremy Campbell earlier, and when we are talking about Paralympic discus, Jeremy Campbell is the man.
He's the man. When you think of discus and Paralympics, you think of Jeremy Campbell.
So I actually, Jeremy and I both started competing in 2008. We went to the Beijing Paralympic Games together, and I believe Jeremy is now a 5-time Paralympian, and he is a 4-time gold medalist in the discus event.
Yeah.
He is the first T64, first Paralympic athlete to throw over 80 meters?
64.
64.
Is the world record.
But the first to throw over 60 meters when he did it, and that's a really long way. Do you know how many feet that is?
Well, I know 50 is like 164, so it's got to be probably 180, I want to say.
That's a really long way.
Yeah, it is.
Really long way.
It's a long time.
And so it's amazing having the opportunity, having a role model like that, and knowing where the bar is. If you want to get that gold medal at the Paralympic Games, this is what you've got to throw. And this is the opportunity that all of the athletes have here. They know what the standard is. They know what the best of the best are doing and what they need to do to be able to get there.
Exactly.
So we are getting ready for our fifth 1,500 meter event of the morning. These are arranged so we go youngest to oldest. And so as we go up in age group, we are also going up in skill level and oftentimes in speed. So these are just going to keep getting faster, more exciting, more competitive, and I cannot wait. So this will be the boys U17 1,500 meter event. And this is another mixed wheelchair event. Mostly athletes in the T54 category. Also 2 athletes competing in the 30s, Jack Coy, T34, and Dylan Chalmers, who is a T33. And Derek has your lane assignments.
Yeah, so Francis is in lane 1, Kellen is in lane 2, TJ lane 3. In lane 4 we have Ryan. In lane 5 we have Ariana. In lane 6 is Mason. Jack is in lane 7, and Dylan is finishing off at lane 8.
We've got a couple more independent athletes in this event. We also have a big showing from Texas Regional Parasport. There's quite a few regional programs around the country. Texas every year brings a really, really strong contingent here.
Everything is big in Texas.
Everything is big in Texas. So we've seen both Autumn and Isabel. 1 and 2 in the last event were from that Texas Parasport team. And then we have 3 athletes competing from Texas in this next event. Also, Parasport Spokane, another huge, huge program that has athletes competing at all levels, from junior level through adults and then up to international and Paralympic.
So were you on a team when you were in your younger days, or you always been? Were you on a team?
I was. So I, just like Derek, I got my start back in the day. This was called Junior Nationals. So I got my start at Junior Nationals. I did my first event in 1997 in Mesa, Arizona. I'm originally from outside of Philadelphia, and so I started competing with a program based in Philadelphia. But Philadelphia was a little bit far away for me. And so my parents, just like yours, were super, super supportive and wanted to give me the opportunity to really compete. It was my dream from the time I was a little kid to become a Paralympian, and got really lucky. We found a track pretty close to my house that was public and open and available. And so I had the opportunity to train there and ended up meeting another wheelchair racer who offered to coach me. And so started racing and competing with a private coach. He was a national team member in the early 90s and was my coach, trained me all the way up through college, and I ended up at the University of Illinois on an athletic scholarship. So we are off, and once again, super, super fast start here. Early on, I talked about looking for that lift off the back of the stroke. And if you watch right here, you can see how high these athletes are getting. You want a lot of separation off the ring. So something interesting about wheelchair racing, you don't push a racing chair like you push a traditional wheelchair. If you look at the athlete's hands, they're actually closed into fists. And so athletes push with their hands closed. They're wearing gloves that are covered in rubber. And the hand ring, the part you push on, instead of being metal, is also covered in rubber. So it is all about that rubber on rubber friction that gets you moving. So you want to make really good contact up at the top of the ring. We think about it like a clock face. And so the clock face is 12 o'clock around to the to 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's how a clock works. And so you want to start around 1 or 2 o'clock, and it's all about that contact point, drive down, and then you flick off the bottom. And if you get a really good release, you'll see a lot of lift off the back side of the rings there. and you get a lot of lift, and that gives you more power when you come back in for the drive back down on the stroke. So high lift usually equals high speed. We've got a little group here, draft line happening. We talked earlier about the effect you get from drafting. And so at the highest levels, when you watch athletes in a draft line, they want to be 2 to 3 inches off of the back of the athlete ahead of them, as close as you can be. And that's when you really get sucked in and pulled into that drop, which can make a huge difference, especially when you're talking about going 1,500 meters up to 5,000 meters or even racing on the road. This is a long way, but over the course of a marathon, if you can get in it tight like that, that makes a huge difference. This is Ryan Davis coming through for the bell lap. We saw Ryan start off really, really hard, really fast, looking pretty strong and pretty consistent, and it's going to be about maintaining that pace as long as he can.
When do you see that starting to stop? When do you see the pace starting to kind of slow down, like your arms get too tired where it changes? One of the hardest parts, I think, running a race like a 1,500 meter is if you are on the lead on your own. And it's about trying to keep the pace without having that rabbit, without having someone ahead of you to chase. And I think it's a little bit easier if you are coming through on the bell lap now. But back to what I was just saying, it's a little bit easier if you've got someone ahead of you that is kind of helping you maintain that speed. But when you're out on your own and there's no one ahead, and you're just fighting the burn on your own, and it's a really important thing to learn how to do and to be able to push your way through that. And Ryan Davis doing a great job of that, coming through right now into the finish. This here, Dylan Chalmers. Dylan is the only T33 athlete in this event. Everyone hitting the bell lap now, and we've got our first finishers coming through. But really, really impressive race from Ryan Davis, another member of that Texas Regional Parasport team. But the wheelchair racers on that team do have a little bit of an advantage. One of their coaches is Saul Mendoza, who is the most decorated Mexican athlete of all time. Paralympian. I believe he has 10 Paralympic medals. Wow. So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to wheelchair racing. Yeah. That was Mason Berry coming across in the boys T54 classification. And this here is Jack Coy, the only T34 athlete racing in this 1,500 meter event in the U17 age group. Everybody coming through and really, really fighting it for the last 100 meters, but looking strong. You can see how smooth, this is Kellen Shipman, you can see how smooth that stroke was coming across the line. We talked about fighting through in the burn and how much it hurts, but everybody here really doing a good job. Francis McCabe of Las Vegas in the boys T54 classification. And Dylan Chalmers here with 100 meters to go. Saw that compensator hit. That means there is less than 100 meters to go to the finish. Dylan Chalmers, the only athlete competing in the T33 classification here. So different impairment type that affects him in a different way than the other competitors in this race. 50 meters to go, almost to the finish, still looking really, really strong, getting good ring coverage. Oh, 1 lap to go, for Dylan Chalmers. Coming up, final 400 meters, and staying strong, staying consistent,
making sure he has that pace set. So you mostly do throws, do some long jumps. So you've got a little bit of sprint speed. Have you ever run any road races, anything longer? Do you think you might do a 5K or something like that someday?
Ooh, I don't know. Not anytime soon, I don't think.
No?
No, I think, yeah. I mean, maybe like the 5K for like a little like Groundhog Day or
Yeah.
Easter
Yep.
hunt or whatever.
Turkey trot?
Yeah, turkey
Turkey trot, okay.
Yeah.
Work off Thanksgiving dinner, maybe?
Exactly. But nothing, anything like seriously competitive.
Are there any other, so you're big in the track and field side of things, and you played football in college. Have you tried any other adaptive sports, or is there anything you really want to try?
Well, when I first started out, I was big into swimming and track and field.
Okay.
And I got classified nationally in swimming, but it did not go very well. I jumped to the water from the side and jumped in, and my goggles fell off, and I realized that swimming is not meant for me.
So I have a similar swimming story that I quickly learned that swimming wasn't for me. When I went to my first sanctioned competition, so this is like way back when I was a kid, my parents were like, well, if you're going, you should try more than one sport. We're here. So I also got classified for swimming and went with my dad to the pool, sat down on the side, got ready to get in for the event, put my hand in the water, and it was freezing. Competition pools are really cold. And I just looked at him and shook my head and was like, nope. So that was the beginning and the end of my swimming career.
Yep.
Dylan Chalmers here, 100 meters to go.
Did you try any other sports other than track and field and swimming? Or was about it?
I've done quite a few, actually. I went to the University of Illinois on a wheelchair basketball scholarship, and so I played collegiate wheelchair basketball, which was a lot of fun. Really, really, really loved it. Loved my team. But when it came time to pick a sport, racing, track and field was always my first love. Dylan Chalmers here coming up to the finish, looking really, really strong. And Dylan will be the first place finisher for the boys U17 T33 classification in the 1500 meters. We have results up here on the screen, and we are moving on to our start list for our next event. So this will be a 1500 meter run. All of the athletes competing in this event, ambulatory, so no wheelchair racers. It is 17 plus, so this will be athletes competing in the U20 classification as well as open adults. We have men and women, so this is a whole mix of classifications of age groups, men and women. We got a little bit of everything here, and Derek has your start list.
Yeah. So in lane 2 we have Brooke. Lane 3 is Christina. Carr is in lane 4. Christina is in lane 5. Lane 6 is Benjamin. Cade is in lane 7. And Timothy is in lane 8.
So another one, this is going to be a whole bunch of different speeds, different types of classifications. We've got quite a few athletes competing in the 30s category. So all of these athletes with an impairment that affects balance and coordination, most of them with a diagnosis of something like cerebral palsy or similar. We've got a T64 athlete who will be competing with a lower limb prosthetic, T44 athlete who will be running with an impairment that affects his lower body, but he does not run with a lower limb prosthetic. We also have 2 T20 athletes, and T20s are one of the newer Paralympic classifications. Athletes who compete as 20s have intellectual impairments. It is the only classification in the Paralympic track and field world for athletes with intellectual impairments. There's also a group of classifications for athletes who have visual impairments, so T11s to T13s. Visual impairments, intellectual impairments are T20s, and then T30s through 70s are all different types of physical impairments and disabilities that affect athletes' ability to compete against non-disabled peers in different ways. So the classification system is probably the most confusing part of Paralympic sports for anyone who doesn't know. And so there's a little bit of a cheat code when you see classifications listed. And so for track and field, there are a lot. I think there are over 30 classifications for athletes in the track and field world. But it is a 3-part classification system. So every athlete gets a T or an F, a T for track and F for field. The tens digit is the type of impairment or category of impairment. So we just talked about those 11s. The teens are visual impairments, 20s are intellectual impairments, and then the ones digit, the last digit, is the severity of the impairment or the way the impairment affects the individual. So the lower the number, the more the individual's performance is affected by their impairment. So if we're talking about the visual impairment categories, T11s are completely blind. They run with a guide, they run with a blindfold and no vision whatsoever. But T13 athletes, although they're still low vision and is still significantly affected, they do not run with guides, and they don't run with any other accommodations on the track. And so it's a good example of how that system works. And of those classifications, the 60s are one of the newer classifications. They broke out of the 40s, and all athletes who compete within the 60s they run with a lower body prosthetic.
Yeah.
And so either 1 or 2 prosthetic legs and either above or below the knee.
Exactly. It's like 64 is a single amp, 63 is a single amp but above the knee, and then 62 is a double amp below the knee.
And then at the international level and at the Paralympic level, some classifications end up being combined for impairments that affect individuals similarly. So for you, Derek, T64 athletes, especially on the field, are often combined with T44 athletes. Athletes who have have both biological legs, but are affected in one side below the knee, similarly to having a prosthetic.
Yep.
So we are now off. This is our 6th 1,500 meter of the morning. You can see the pack is already starting to spread out a little bit, and this is because we have such a big mix of age groups, of classifications, a little bit of everything in this event here. And that is Timothy Donnan from GLASA, Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association. Another one of those really big regional programs that has a ton of athletes that come here and compete every single year. And same thing as Texas and Parasport Spokane at every level, from beginner recreational programs all the way up to athletes who are competing at Paralympic trials, to the games, to world championships.
GLASA helped me out a lot throughout my career so far. Randy has been helping. I always see him on the side with my mom, and they're always helping with long jump or discus or whatever it must be.
Such a great program and such a good community. Cindy and Randy Hausner run the Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association. They've been doing this for years. I have known Cindy since I was a kid, and I think that's also something great about getting the opportunity not only to come here and to compete against other athletes in your classification, but also to learn from other athletes, to learn from other coaches, and to help build that community. The Paralympic community and the adaptive sports community is really unlike anything else.
Yeah. Everybody's always really friendly and wants to learn, and has so much knowledge from one another, because there's so much to learn in the Paralympic world.
There is so much to learn from different types of equipment, how to get fit for equipment, how to adjust it, how to use it, and then different techniques for training that might vary a little bit from non-disabled sports.
Exactly.
So you do a little bit of running, you do a little bit of swimming. Have you thought about doing a triathlon?
Triathlon? We did a little mini-me triathlon in our little small town of Pines Bluff, Wyoming, where I grew up. And those were always fun, but it would be like so it was a mini-me. So I would do the swimming part, and then my little sister, and I would do the running and the biking together.
Oh, so it would be like kind of like a relay?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it was always very fun.
So what's the best part of it? The swimming, the biking, or the running?
I don't know. The swimming was fun, but you get to a point at the end where you just don't know where you are after you get out of the pool.
Yeah. I've thought about I've always wanted to try a triathlon, but I don't like cold water, as we have established. And I'm not a very fast swimmer. So I don't know. I'm not worried about the run or the bike portion of it, but the swim concerns me a little.
I can't pace myself in the water. I go way too fast and then I get too tired.
I just don't know that I would make the cutoff to get out of the water because I'm like a snail.
Yeah.
Swimming is definitely not my sport. I also tried field when I was a kid, but I'm built to be a long distance athlete. I am definitely not built to be a thrower, so that didn't last too long for me here.
That's all right. You had a good career.
Thank you. Have you tried any winter sports ever? Skiing or sled hockey?
Skiing would be fun. Nothing after skiing, nothing competitive, but I would love to. Love to get in that world. Have you?
Atlanta's not the right place for you to be for winter sports, though.
No, it's too hot. Too hot.
So we are already coming up on the bell lap for most of the athletes here. This has been a really, really fast heat. This here is Brooke Krauf from Courage Kenny Blizzards. And that's Timothy Donnan Jr. coming through to take the win in the U20 T44 category. Got somebody coming into the final stretch right now, a little bit too far right now for me to be able to tell you who that is. And a whole pack of athletes coming in to the finish. This is Stacy Carr of Mary Free Bed, a local here in Great Lakes. Mary Free Bed is a pretty well-known rehabilitation hospital based in Grand Rapids, not Great Lakes. Stacy Carr being the only T64 athlete racing in this event here. And our first results coming in. Once again, quick reminder that this is a mix of different classifications. So not all of the athletes here competing against each other, but in the heat we have Timothy Donnan Jr. coming in first in 4:33.79. These just keep getting faster.
Yeah.
That is a really fast 1,500 meters. Benjamin Blumen coming in at 5:25.78. Kate Lubner from Glassa at 5:34.27. Christian Mendiola at 5:40.88 as the fourth finisher in that heat. Christian and Benjamin both racing in the T20 classification. Timothy Donnan, first place finisher in T44. And Kate Lubner, the first place finisher in the T35 category. I still have a couple people out on the field, out on the track, coming in for the final finish here. This will be our first female finisher. And Stacy Carr coming across now in the T64 category. And this is Brooke Krauf in the T37 classification with the bell lap.
4:33 is a good race.
4:33 is a really fast 1,500 meter time.
And Timothy's only 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So competing in the U20 age group here, maybe a career running internationally
Exactly.
for Timothy. So you recently moved to Atlanta. You're originally from
Holland. I just from Holland, Michigan.
from Holland, Michigan,
Yep.
and moved down to Atlanta. What took you to Atlanta?
I don't know. I just kind of I didn't have. I got my degree in education.
Okay.
And then didn't get offered a job anywhere. So I was like, well, my mom took a gap year down there in college back in the 90s. So I was like, well, I'll try to experience it. I want to travel the country, and that's a good starting spot. So
Yeah, great starting
make
spot.
some money, train, tour
Absolutely.
the country. Yeah.
Atlanta is maybe not the place you want to be in the summer, but it'll be great for training in the fall and the winter.
Yeah.
And it's a cool city.
It is. It really is.
What's your favorite part about being there so far?
Ooh. Well, right now I'm working at a bellhop on Jekyll Island, and it is there's so much history over there. So it's like learning all the different kind of history, and I've never really been someone that reads history books, but to be able to learn about the Rockefellers and all the richest people that live down there, is really cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So coming in, we have Christina Burbach finishing in 5th. Christina in the T36 classification. Stacy Carr, T64, finishing 6th. So they are both the top finishers in their classifications in this mixed event. Coming through right now, this looks like it'll be Brooke Kraup of the Courage Kenny Blizzards racing in the women's under 20 T37 classification. And there's that final finishing sprint, saved enough to have a little bit of a kick at the finish here for Brooke, and looking super, super strong, coming in over the last 20 meters right up to the line.
It was a strong finish.
So next event coming up is going to be the girls under 20 T54 1500 meter event. So this is kind of cool because this is the first race that we have had so far today where all of the athletes out on the track are going to be competing against each other. So every athlete here is the same classification. They are all T54 wheelchair athletes. Athletes in that T54 classification have an impairment that affects only their lower body. So a lot of athletes who use wheelchair racers as a T54 have spina bifida or a lower level spinal cord injury. And all 3 of these athletes, this is going to be all out, top 3. First across the line will be national champion for this one.
It's going to be a good race. I'm excited. So in lane 2, we have Eliana. In lane 3, we have Jade. In lane 4, we have Isabella.
These athletes as well, a lot of experience. I had the opportunity to take Addie Borgmeyer to Thailand for her first international competition in 2023. So really a lot of strong young athletes here with goals of making it to the Paralympic Games and competing at that highest level someday.
There's actually a fun fact. There's 62% of the current Paralympic athletes actually competed at junior nationals at nationals, Hartford Nationals.
That is a really fun fact. That is over 50%. Yeah. And so this really is the starting point for so many athletes. It was for me. It was for a lot of my teammates on the Paralympic team. We're going to hear from Tatiana McFadden earlier this morning, Daniel Romanchuk, Susanna Scaroni, 3 other Paralympians, all Paralympic gold medalists, in fact, who got their start at the Hartford Nationals when they were kids. Jessie Cloy, who does a ton of work with Move United. Also, Paralympic gold medalist who got her start at nationals when she was a kid and loved it so much, and it meant so much to her having the opportunity to come here to race, to meet other athletes with disabilities, and to get that experience that she came back to work for Move United and work at the Hartford Nationals, which is pretty cool.
What it is now.
Yeah, absolutely. So this race is off already. You see them on the backstretch, and it looks like we have a breakaway already. It's too far away for me to see who that is. It could be Addie Borgmeyer. hitting that first turn. This is going to be a really, really fast race. I think we are looking at low 4 minutes here.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I'm excited for the last 100 meters.
It is. It is. It's the last 100 meters. It can all change. And starting off this fast and building a gap that early is a risky, risky move. That is Addie Borgmeyer with the lead, starting off really strong and really confident. We talked earlier about how it's hard when you're that person up at the front with no one to chase. But also for wheelchair racing, there's that drafting effect, which makes a huge, huge difference. So this is Jade and Isabel here, not quite together in that draft line, but with potential to work together and maybe working together, saving a little bit of energy, getting some drafting, can reel Addie back in. Addie Borgmeyer still looking really, really strong here. Pacing herself, you can see those little pauses in between her strokes as she's going. And that's a technique that you'll see from a lot of athletes in the longer distance events, is giving themselves a little bit of break, a little pause in their stroke to maintain their pace, maintain their speeds, and give themselves just a quick second to recover, which is sometimes all that you need. So Addie pulling further ahead here. That was 2 laps to go for Addie Borgmeyer, looking really, really strong and setting herself up for a good pace.
That was a quick 700 meters.
Really quick 700 meters. And we talked about that draft line, and it looks like these two together in that draft working together. So tucking in behind another athlete in a racing chair, similar to a sport like cycling, to car racing. You actually, the athlete in front of you will break the wind, and you can feel it. It is a significant difference. So at high speeds, you can save up to 30% of your energy by tucking in behind someone else. Yeah. So that can mean you're moving at 15 or 17 miles an hour, but it only feels like you're going 13 or 14, and you can feel really, really comfortable in that draft line. It really makes a difference with the wind, actually. Yeah. So you know what the wind feels like and what a difference it can make when you're throwing and when you're jumping. And when you're throwing, actually, that makes a huge difference too, because if you've got a crosswind or if you have a gust, it can
you have to
pick up the discus and you don't know where it's going, right?
Yeah. If it has a headwind, I mean, you have to throw it perfectly where it helps it lift it. But then if you have a wind that's going with you, then you have to throw it a completely different way. That way it doesn't, just fall.
And so much of this is just that experience and learning the technique, and also having mentors and coaches within the space to tell you about that, because how else would you know?
Yeah, no. Well, I guess you find out. When
yeah, that's true. You find out.
Comes back down, you find out.
So Addie Borgmeyer, that was the bell lap for Addie, looking really, really strong. And over long distance events, this is where Addie really shines. Something interesting that not a lot of people know is that at the highest levels, wheelchair racers are actually faster than runners. Once you get to about 600 meters, runners take off really fast, but it's hard to hold that speed for a long period of time. But wheels are more efficient than feet. Yeah. And so once you get moving, it's a little bit easier to hold that speed. And so the longer you go, the faster wheelchair racers get. And this will be the bell lap for Jade Link and Isabel Hognes. Jade racing for Wichita and Isabel for Glassa. And that was Addie Borgmeyer coming through for the finish. 4:37.85 running solo, and that is a lot of focus and a lot of pacing.
That's good. Do you know what her PR is?
I don't know what her PR is.
That was a quick.
That was a really quick. That was a very quick 1,500 meters. And I would love to see Addie on a Paralympic team someday, and I think she's got a great chance of making it there.
She's only 17.
Only 17 years old, still in high school. and has so much potential. Really just a natural to the sport. She didn't start all that long ago, and she took to it right away. A lot of natural talent.
That's good.
So this event, all of the athletes racing in the same classification and the same age group. So it is top 3 in this race, 1, 2, 3, which you see on the finish sheet will be the results for this event. And this here with that great finishing sprint, Isabel Hognes from the Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association coming through right now for second place. Pulling just ahead of Jade Link. Isabel and Jade together that whole race for all 1,500 meters. Isabel with a little bit more of a kick at the end. Isabel Hognes in second at 6:05:39. Jade Link at 6:12:62. And we are reaching the end of our 1,500 meter events for the morning. We have 3 left to go. All of our remaining 1,500 meters will be wheelchair races. We are coming up next on the boys U20 1,500 meter event. All of the athletes in this event are in the same age group. We have a mix of classifications though. Most athletes racing as T54s. We have 2 athletes in the T34 category.
Lane 1, we have Ben. Gami is in lane 2. Jeffrey is in lane 3. Colin is in lane 4. Tyler is in 5. Lane 6, we have David. Mayo in lane 7. Jonathan is in lane 8. And lane 9 is Weston.
This is going to be another one of those really fast, really competitive events. Quite a few strong competitors here. Jeffrey Files here representing the University of Arizona. There's a handful and a growing number of college programs around the country that have adaptive sports programs. On the adaptive track and field side, University of Illinois, really long-standing presence in this area. They actually started their adaptive sports program in 1948.
Really?
So been around for a long time. It started as a project for a graduate student who was working on his PhD and wanted to give disabled veterans coming home from World War II an opportunity to go to college and get degrees, which is not something that had ever happened before that. So he set up this pilot program that allowed paralyzed veterans returning from World War II to use their GI Bill to get an education. And in addition to standard college classes, they had an opportunity to take some independent living classes to learn about navigating the world as someone with a disability, but also adaptive sports and recreation to learn how to navigate the world as a wheelchair user and learn a little bit more about functional use of a wheelchair. So instead of physical therapy, they had the opportunity to learn how to use their chair by playing wheelchair basketball or doing wheelchair racing or a sport, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, still have that competing spirit with them.
Absolutely. So I just heard the gun go for this race, and they are off. This is going to be another really fast 1,500 meter event. Already in that giraffe line, coming through 300 meters. Quick check behind the shoulder to see who was there. And we've got a gap. We've got a pack of 3, looks like a pack of 4. Trying to see who is there. They're moving too fast for me to tell you who's there. But also good representation for some really strong athletes that have a bit of international competition. Some of them who went on that trip to Thailand with Move United to compete at the World Ability Sport Games in 2023. Tyler Gunnarsson, really strong in this event. Tomas Mayo, another one of those athletes. Gianni Quintero representing Glassa, super strong in this 1,500 meter event. We're likely to see a little bit more strategy and a little bit more technique that we've seen in some of the events so far because we've got so many athletes that are so close in speed here. So that draft line we talked about, we'll probably begin to see some lead changes, athletes taking turns at the front doing that work. And there's a strategy to that. You don't want to be at the front for too long. You also don't want to get yourself buried into the pack where you can't get out for that final sprint. That is so, so important. No one wants to be boxed in, so you have to make the move at the right time to get yourself out of that line to make sure that you are not getting boxed in when that sprint happens, but you don't want to start too early and burn yourself out before the finish.
So how are you able to do your race if you don't want to be in the front of it, to start?
So much about this is about knowing your competitors, knowing your strategy, knowing your strengths. For me, I liked to attack long and hard for my races. And so I would spend a little bit of time at the front. Ideally, I would want to be at the front for one of the beginning laps. And then with 400 meters to go, that's when I'm getting ready. That's when I'm picking up speed and I'm getting ready for that attack. But it varies for different athletes. So this is Delmas Mayo in the lead right now, starting to break away. We see a little bit of a surge here, and it looks like a pack of two, but I think that might begin to close up. So 1 lap to go for the lead pack here. Group of 4 athletes in that lead pack. Just like all athletes, wheelchair racers have different strengths. So some have a really, really high speed, the ability to hold that high speed for a long time. Some athletes have a really, really good rolling sprint. Some want to be in the lead, in control, and some want to wait until the very last moment and then go for it at the line. And so looks like this first pack has dropped down to a group of 3. Pulling ahead, saw a quick check over the shoulders there, and it's going to be Tyler Gunnarsson coming across the line first. Delmas Mayo taking second, and I couldn't see who it was there for third. They came through too fast on our monitor here. So most of the athletes in this race, super packed heat. 340. So I'm sorry, that was not Tyler Gunnarsson. Cohen Granum of Texas Regional Parasport coming through at 340, under 4 minutes. All 4 of the top finishers under 4 minutes. That is blazing fast. Top 5 under 4 minutes with Jeffrey Files at 352. Cohen Granum 340.24. Delmas Mayo 341.90. Still under 4 minutes. Top 6 finishers. Gianni Quintero, 342.22. Those top 3 so close together. Tyler Gunnarsson dropping off that top pack in the final sprint, just barely missing the podium for this one at 349.35. Jeffrey Files coming in at 352.32. Jonathan Osborne at 353. All 6 under 4 minutes.
That's fantastic.
That is so fast. That means averaging over 15 miles an hour for every lap, which is speedy. So, and we still have 2 more of these to go.
Oh, I'm excited.
So, really close finishes, really exciting here. Again, top 3 for this U20 T54 event will be Cohen Granum in first, Delmas Mayo in second, and Gianni Quintero in third. And we are getting ready for the women's 20 plus. So this is the women's open mixed 1500 meter event. Most of the athletes here competing in the T54 classification. Maria Valle representing the University of Michigan, racing as a T34.
In lane 2 we have Sierra. Lane 3 we have Sombri. Lane 4 is Heather. Emery is in lane 5, and Maria is in lane 6.
So another mix of athletes from different places around the country here. We talked a little bit about collegiate programs and teams. So we have Maria Valle here from the University of Michigan, Jeffrey Files in the last race from the University of Arizona. We also have representation from the University of Alabama at this event, as well as Penn State.
It's good to see the collegiate world.
Absolutely, and continuing to grow with more programs for more sports. Over a dozen wheelchair basketball programs at the collegiate level now, and quite a few ambulatory athletes competing as part of non-disabled, but traditional collegiate track and field programs, which is also great to see. Most famously, Hunter Woodall competing with the University of Arkansas. Yeah, absolutely.
45.70, that's incredible.
That is so fast. That is 45.70 for a 400 meter.
That's impressive.
So getting ready here, this will be our second to last 1,500 meter event at the Hartford Nationals this morning here at Calvin University in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Quite a few athletes here competing different places around the country. We also, Milena Sobey, who will be in lane 3 to start. She'll have a 3 on her helmet. Here representing the University of Arizona, another program that has established, been around for quite a long time. Actually, one of my choices when I was going to college. Yeah. So they are off. Coming around the back side of the track now. 1,500 meters, you can break in as soon as it is clear on the inside, as long as you are not impeding any other athletes. So everyone out into lane 1 now, and I can see a pack of 2 breaking ahead from the start here. So when we get a little bit closer, we'll be able to see who that is. We can see that really, really high lift off the start here. You're talking about the stroke and the importance of a good stroke and a good consistent stroke. And that lift is what you want to see. Higher the lift, the more power and speed you're coming back in. Already through the first 300 meters, 3 laps to go for our lead pack here. And the rest of the field coming up that first straight now. So another mixed event, all the athletes here in the same age group. We have different classifications. Maria Valle being the sole representative of the T34 class here. The other 4 athletes competing against each other as T54 athletes. And we had a pack of 2 at the start, and we have a breakaway move early. And this is an early move for a breakaway. There's 800 meters to hold that gap in the lead. This is Heather Seelover from Parasport Spokane in the lead with the breakaway. And that is Milena Sobey from the University of Arizona in second place, trying to close that gap and pull Heather back in to striking distance. But like we've seen so many times so far this morning, there's still 2 laps to go. A lot can happen.
A lot can happen.
And it's the last 100 meters that really matter in this race.
And it's easier to chase somebody than to be chased.
It is always easier to chase somebody to be chased, as long as you can stay within distance.
And keep a positive mindset.
And then have that finishing kick. A lot can change. And this Heather Seelover coming out of the turn now. Looks like she has opened up that gap even more. saw her hit her compensator, so into the final stretch. Looking really, really strong and comfortable. Really good lift on her stroke here. Setting a good pace. And that will be bell lap for Heather. So 400 meters to hold this. I think she's feeling pretty confident. Milena Sobey here in second place, getting ready to come into the bell lap as well. Still looking pretty strong. She's going to have to chase Heather down, though. And it's got
100 meters behind her?
It's a little bit of a gap there now. Heather feeling confident. I always like these longer races because there's a little bit more time. The 100-meter can be really nerve-wracking because you don't have any time to make a mistake. Exactly. You've got to be first off the line, ready to go, and there is no room at all for mistakes. So 1,500 meters, I think, is a little bit less nerve-wracking. It hurts. The 100-meter hurts too, but it hurts in a different way. But the 1,500 meters, you've got a little bit of wiggle room. But along with that, there are a lot of things that can change over the course of 4 laps on the track. This is Heather in lane 2 now, coming in for the final stretch, still looking strong, set a great pace for herself. So that is Heather Seelover taking first in the Women's Open T54 1,500 meter event. Milena Sobey, the University of Arizona, coming up the straight now, looking really, really strong with that final kick. And then in third right now, this is Maria Valle, the only representative from the T34 classification. So although she's third in this heat, she's actually going to be first in her classification into the bell lap now. And coming up, here's that final kick for third place in the T54 classification. And that, I'm sorry, I read the wrong helmet number there. In first place, it is Malia Emery from the Navigators Adaptive Sports Club at 5:30:55, crossing the line first in the Women's Open 1,500 meter event in the T54 classification. Having a little bit of steering problems here coming up into this final stretch. That's one of those things when you are dealing with a piece of equipment, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Even with a running leg and with a blade.
Oh yeah. If you don't have enough socks on it can slip off.
Nobody wants a leg to slip off. In second place, Sierra Andrews at 6:24. Oh, here we go. First place, Milena Sobey at 4:54:68. Looks like we're getting some additional results. And now Malia Emery in second. I'm going to stop reading results for a second until they all come in. It was Heather Seelover in first place representing Parasport Spokane. 4:33:02. Milena Sobey of the University of Arizona at 4:54:68. Malia Emery from the Navigators Adaptive Sports Club, another really big regional sports program, at 5:30:55. Sierra Andrews from Glassa at 6:24:01 in fourth. So top 3 here. National champion in the Open 1,500 meter event will be Heather Seelover. Maria Valle of the University of Michigan in 5th at 7:22. She is the only athlete competing here in the T34 class. National championship for her as well. We have one more 1,500-meter event. And then we will be joined by a special guest for a quick interview. When that wraps up, we'll have a little bit of a break before we come back with the 20-meter dash, and then on to the first of quite a few 400 meters we will see today. So this will also be an open 1,500-meter event. It is a men's wheelchair event, mixed classification, and Derek has your start list for you.
Yeah. So we're starting off with Will in lane 2, Jonah in lane 3, Peyton is in lane 4, Campbell is in lane 5, and Raid is in lane 6.
So this is another one of those mixed classifications. The majority of athletes are competing in the T54 category, which we just saw. We also have one representative, that'll be Will Hamilton, from the men's T52 classification. So athletes who compete in the T52 classification have an impairment that affects all 4 of their limbs. So in addition to the lower body disability or impairment that we see from the T54 athletes, athletes in the 52 classification, often quadriplegics, their hands and arms are also affected. So Will be the only rep here for that. Otherwise, we will see 4 athletes competing against each other in the T54 class for the national championship. They are off already, and it looks like it is a group of 3 coming all together. We saw some drafting earlier in the men's under 20 1,500-meter event, and we are going to see a little bit more of that right now.
This is an older bunch too, which is nice.
This is a little bit more experience here as well. We talked about the collegiate representation. Peyton Gunnarsson, University of Arizona alum, competed with the University of Arizona for a few years. Back now with the Rolling Thunder out of Minnesota, and competing with his brother. We just saw his brother Tyler Gunnarsson in the under 20s, where he just missed out on a medal, taking 4th in that event. And then here we have Reed Burankowski in with the 6 on his helmet, competing as a T34. Tight behind him in that draft line, that is Will Hamilton, our T52 representative in this event. So the group of 3, Micah Campbell, Peyton Gunnarsson, and Juan Rodarte, all competing against each other. We're seeing a little bit of tactics and a little bit of strategy here. That draft line is such a huge advantage if you can get in and if you can tuck in there. Little bit of a gap opening up between the 3 of them right now. 2 laps to go. If you are in 2nd or 3rd in that draft line, the most important thing you can do is stay as tight as possible to the athlete in front of you. As soon as that gap starts to open up a little bit, once it gets more than a foot or 2, you lose the effect. Absolutely. You start to feel the wind, and you've got to work even harder to get back in there and hold that spot. Reed and Will coming into the turn at 200 meters right now, so getting ready to hit lap 2, and we have had a breakaway in the T54 classification. Waiting to check and see what the helmet number is here. That was an early move and a bold move. There's still a lot of racing left to go and a lot of time left to hold that. It looked like a 5 on the helmet. That would be Micah Campbell from Wichita Adaptive Sports with the gap off of Peyton Gunnarsson and Juan Rodarte. So could be a really strategic move, but also 800 meters to hold that gap is a long way, especially when you have 2 people behind you working together to reel you back in. Will Hamilton and Reed Bernowski crossing the line now for the T54 group, the lead pack of 3. That is less than 1 lap to go. I see a group of 2 off on the far side of the track, and
I think he held it off.
Holding off.
Wow.
That was an early sprint, but looking really, really strong. You can see picking up the speed of his arms with the stroke, pushing a little bit harder, a little bit faster, evident that he saved something for that final kick. So smart move for Micah Campbell. With 5 on his helmet, he will be the national champion for the Men's Open 1500 meter event. That is Peyton Gunnarsson coming across the line in second of the Minnesota Rolling Thunder, and Juan Rodarte, another representative from GLASA, Great Lakes Adaptive Sports, coming in third. So we saw 4:06 for Micah Campbell, breaking away pretty early from that group with a really, really strong sprint. Peyton Gunnarsson in second at 4:21.56, pulling just ahead of third place, which will be Juan Rodarte at 4:23, a 2-second gap there. And coming through now, Reed Baranowski, Class T34 from GLASA, and Will Hamilton, one of Peyton Gunnarsson, second place finisher in this race's teammates, competing as a T52 athlete. Athletes in the 34 classification, that is Reed with the 6 on their helmet, have an impairment that affects balance and coordination. A lot of athletes have cerebral palsy. Athletes in the T52 classification, like Will Hamilton, have a disability that affects all 4 of their limbs. So in addition to their lower body being affected, their upper body, arms and hands also are affected. So they are on to their final lap now. Just a little bit left, and once again, those are your top 3 finishers. We've seen so many athletes make really, really bold moves early on with breakaways, and they have all paid off. And so it's a lot of training, it's a lot of confidence, but also it's knowing your competitors and knowing your strengths. So really fun to see some strong racing and some really confident racing. Such a good move from Micah Campbell there. Risky, but pulled ahead, held it off, and then still had a little extra for that final finishing kick as well.
Really shows him who he is as an athlete and that he trusts his process and his coaching and everything.
Absolutely, and so much goes into that. Coming in with a race plan, knowing yourself, knowing what you want to do, the pace that you want to hold, and trusting in that, not getting distracted by the competition that is out on the field, not getting overwhelmed by seeing new athletes, but really trusting in yourself. And Will Hamilton right now making the move. Look at that sprint. You can see how fast he's moving. His hand speed has really, really picked up. He moved way, way out into lane 3, but it isn't slowing him down. And that was a smart move, smart racing from Will Hamilton. Took advantage of the drafting effect early on, and he will be 4th across the line in this event, but as the only T52 athlete, he will be our national champion. And then here we have Reed, who will be national champion, the only competitor in this event in the T34 classification. That's going to wrap up our 1,500 meter events for the day. We have about a 17-minute break. We'll have 1 heat of the 20-meter dash for our under 11 athletes, and then we were off into a whole series of 400-meter races. But before we do that, we are going to be joined by a special guest here on the set with us. So just a second, we're going to do a little bit of setup, and we will be back in just a minute with a surprise.
Comes by naturally.
Does he look bigger? Oh. 6 months. There you go. Pretty mild, huh? Yeah, he is. Thanks for driving. Okay. Shall I show you off?
I usually have these Kirkland signature slides. That's what I usually wear for any practice.
Yeah, that's better than the whole way, right? You're gonna be out here for a couple hours.
It says enjoy. Make sure.
Well, I told him to stay there. Oh, there's a car.
All right, and we are back here with a special guest. We've got a little bit of a break in the action. Our next event will kick off at 9:25, but in between, I wanted to introduce you to former teammate, good friend of mine, Daniel Romachuk, four-time Paralympian, two-time Paralympic, four-time. Hold on, let's start that all over again. Three-time Paralympian. Four-time there's a lot of numbers here. Four-time Paralympic medalist, 2 golds, 2 bronze at the Paris Paralympic Games. Daniel Romachuk won gold in the men's 5,000-meter event, dethroning Switzerland's Marcel Hug, who went straight gold at the Tokyo Games, which is a huge achievement. when it comes to long-distance wheelchair racing in the United States and around the world, Daniel Romanchuk is the man. So, Daniel, thanks so much for coming in, spending some time with me, with Derek, to answer some questions, talk a little bit about being here at Move United Nationals.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me.
Of course. So you started your career here, right? So how does it feel back to be back here at the 68th National Hartford Nationals?
Oh, it's just wonderful to be here. I think my first nationals was when I was 7 years old, and so I got to start with a program that's actually here as well. The Bennett Blazers. They're out of Baltimore, Maryland. So I started with them when I was 2 years old. Started wheelchair racing at 4, and so it just amazing to be back.
That's awesome. Good to have you.
So good for you to be here. Bennett Blazers is one of those programs that has been around for a really long time. So many incredible athletes, Paralympians, have come out of that program, you being one of them. We're going to be joined a little bit later this morning by Tatiana McFadden, another very decorated Paralympian coming out of the Bennett Blazers program. But in your time, we trained together at the University of Illinois for quite a few years before I retired. And you've picked up some knowledge and some experience, and you are back here to share that. So you've been running some clinics here this week in Grand Rapids. Tell me a little bit about what you have done so far this week.
Yeah, so I think 2 days ago was our first session. We did a session on drafting, something that I knew nothing about when I first came to Illinois. And so that was a great first session. Yesterday we did starts and wheelchair racing basics. And so had a great time here so far, and looking forward to having a great day today, where we've got some various rollers and gloves that people can try out before they want to buy a piece of equipment. And so yeah, come by and check us out.
Such an amazing resource. So you did a little bit of Q&A yesterday, some wheelchair racing basics. What kind of questions did you get?
I can barely remember the last 24 hours. It's been very busy.
That's fair enough. You have been very busy. You have been doing a lot. I also know there was a huge amount of interest in your drafting clinic specifically, and you talked about not having a lot of experience with that here. It's kind of a surprise when you make the jump up and start racing in the open divisions and at the international and the Paralympic level, and drafting plays such a huge role in your performance at those events. So can you talk a little bit about what you guys talked about yesterday and what sort of things you focused on?
Yeah, so very similar to bike racing or NASCAR. Drafting is a pretty big thing. So it's when athletes are all right behind each other in a line. And so the first person is doing a lot of the work there, and everyone behind is getting a little bit of a break. And so, but there's I could talk for hours on all of the intricacies on drafting, but yeah, we had a great session of athletes out there. We had myself, Susanna Scaroni, another teammate out of Illinois, and Joey Gibbs as well. So we all kind of had little groups of people out there. Just an amazing time.
Amazing, getting everybody a chance to test it out, to see what it feels like to be that close, because I think one of the things that makes you nervous right away is how close you are to other people, because it is inches sometimes, and you're moving fast.
Yes, yep. So yesterday was just get used to it, kept the speeds nice and low. Just get close and just get used to what it feels like. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, drafting is huge. I mean, a lot of the things we've seen today was from drafting.
Yep.
So, and also equipment is important too. So is there any resources out there that people can find equipment if they want to start wheelchair racing?
Yeah, so many different places. A couple of the major manufacturers here in the U.S. are out here today. Top End and Eagle Sports Chairs, they're out here. They've got a booth out here, and so I've actually recently started a nonprofit, Wheels for Change, and so our goal is to change societal perception on disability through wheelchair racing. And so if you want to find out more about that, you can look us up at wheels-for-change.org. And basically we're we have a couple different branches, and domestically here we will try and tie an athlete with a local program to get hopefully they have some equipment that they can try out to get into the sport, and if they don't have anything, we might be able to get something that's roughly sized for them, so they can just get in and see what it's like, and before they spend maybe thousands of dollars on getting a custom chair themselves.
Yeah, 'cause they're not cheap.
No, absolutely not.
So speaking of that, you are going to be hanging out around the track here today, correct?
Yeah.
You've got a tent over off the side of the parking lot. So if anybody wants to come find you today,
Yeah.
who's with you? Where will you be? What are you doing?
Yes, so I'll be over there with some other people from Wheels for Change, as well as Susanna Scaroni is over there, and we're just kind of just drop by if you have questions. We've got various rollers over there, gloves, and if you have any other questions about your racing chair, something's going wrong, we can maybe help you out there. And so yeah, looking forward to seeing lots of people today.
It's a wonderful opportunity to get the chance to kind of learn from some of the best in the business, and also as Derek mentioned, equipment can be really, really expensive, and this is a great chance to go over, check out some of the things that Daniel and the Wheels for Change team have. You can try out, as he said, some different kinds of rollers. You can pop your own racing chair up onto those, see what they feel like when you push. You've got some different styles of gloves.
Yeah.
What else do you have over there? What else are you working on today? Are you doing a glove rubber clinic, I think maybe?
Yep.
Okay.
So I think early this afternoon we'll be doing how to change the rubber on the hard gloves, and so it's something that it's great to be able to eventually just be self-sufficient and know how all of your equipment works. If something goes wrong right before an event, you know how to fix it. Yeah.
Absolutely. We draft like NASCAR, but unlike NASCAR, you don't have a pit crew.
No.
So what is next for you? What's next on the calendar?
So I'll be heading out to Eugene, Oregon for the nationals out there. So it's the first combined able-body and para-nationals. So
It's gonna be
really,
fantastic.
really
It's gonna be
exciting.
great.
Absolutely.
Yes. What events are you competing in?
I'll probably be doing the 100 through the 5,000. So 1, 4, 8, 15, 5.
Very good. What's your event? What's your favorite?
I'd like to be kind of middle distance, so 800, 1500.
Good deal. Yeah. I'm excited for that. That'll be just being there in Oregon is going to be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's going to be amazing. So many athletes there, and this is really, really big. For the first time, beginning on January 1st this year, USA Track and Field is now the national governing body for para track and field and adaptive track and field in the United States as well. So everyone is there. Top Olympians, top Paralympians. It is going to be the place to be. Huge competition. Derek, we'll see you there.
I'll see you there.
And I will be there as well, working with NBC, hopefully getting a chance to call some races and see some people out competing. Daniel Romanchuk here all day today, available to answer questions, track him down. He'll be in the Wheels for Change tent with Susanna Scaroni, Joey Gibbs, the rest of the Wheels for Change team, available to let you try some equipment, to answer any questions that you might have. Wonderful resources and fantastic athletes. So thank you so much for taking some time out to chat with us here today. I know you're busy over there. We're going to let you go and let you get back to your people.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, everyone. We've got about 5 minutes until we kick off with our one and only heat of the 20-meter event here today.
Short and sweet.
We're short and sweet. That's real short. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more action here at the Hartford Nationals, presented by Move United at Calvin University in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Thank you, Daniel, for making time
Yeah.
to do that.
Nice to
Great to
see
see you.
in just a few moments, we will be back to the action here at the Hartford Nationals, conducted by Move United at Calvin University in Grand Rapids, Michigan, kicking off our next group of events with the mixed 20-meter dash for athletes under 11 years old.
Yep. Before we get that, we want to go over the sponsors, because without the sponsors, this would not be possible. So the Hartford Foundation, the Experience Grand Rapids, the Hanger Clinic, the Nova Care Rehabilitation, Meyer, CDV Foundation, Daniel and Penna DeVos Foundation, LMCU Foundation, Severe U Success, the YMCA, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Gatorade, Eagle Sports Chairs, Per Mobile Foundation, Fairlife, Wright Phillips, Otterbach, Top End, Fence Construction of West Michigan, and Nordic Business Equipment.
And here we are back on the track, kicking off the one and only heat of the 20-meter event. And they are off already. This is the mixed U11 20-meter event in lane 3. In lane 3, excuse me, class T33, Theodore Schaefer. Lane 4, Maddox Malo. Lane 5, Amarius Jones. That race is so fast, they're already across the finish line before we finished introductions. Coming across the line first from Okasa, Maddox Malo, 5 seconds, 58. Number in lane, in second place, Amarius Jones. Third, Theo Schaefer, as the only wheelchair racer in this event, mixed classifications. And now this is going to be our first of many 400-meter races this morning.
So to start off, in lane 2, we have Lisa. Lane 3 is Alexis. Lane 4 is Isabella. And lane 5 is Madeline.
This is another event where this is going to be straight medals. So these are all athletes in the same age group, same classification. First across the line will be our 2025 national champion here at the Hartford Nationals. We saw Isabel Crew just a little while ago take the win in the 1,500-meter event. This is not a lot of rest time in between. And as an athlete, you know how important getting a little bit of a break can be between events.
Yeah, and the 1,500 and the 400 are completely different races.
Completely different races, completely different strengths here. So the 1,500 meter, it's pretty fast, but you need to have some endurance. There's a little bit of strategy that goes into it. The 400 meter is more or less an all-out sprint.
It really is.
So this is one of those events where you are just trying to go as fast as you can, start to finish, the whole way around the track, and you are really, really fighting that lactic acid buildup. You're fighting the burn, making sure you have got enough to hold on for that final finishing kick.
And the 400, they had to stay in their lanes, correct?
Correct. So all classifications need to stay in their lanes for the 400-meter event. So we won't see that break in. But because of that, the 400-meter and other events that start and stay in lanes have a staggered start. So you can see athletes are not lined up evenly. And this is to make up for that distance around the turns. If you're inside on the track, you're going a shorter distance. And so that's why it looks like there's a little bit of a head start on the outer lanes. But really, that all evens out by the time you get to the finish. So Isabel Crew, lane 4 is going to be the one to really watch in this event. Super, super strong 1,500-meter event earlier with an incredible finishing kick. Took the win at the Peachtree Junior Championships just a couple weeks ago in Atlanta on the 4th of July and has had some really strong performances over the past year. And there goes the gun. This is one of those races where the start is really important, and you can see how fast everyone is getting moving. Isabel Crew in lane 4. Good start here, already making up that stagger on Madeline Wilson, who is in lane 5. Madeline, also looking really strong behind the tents right now, but they are going to come back out on the other side in just a moment. And we have Isabel Crew pulling ahead. So still a lot that can change over 400 meters. You want to go out hard, you want to go out strong, but you've got to be able to maintain that speed that you set off at.
Yep. Whenever I ran the 400, I was always like secretary. I would really hold back in the back, and then all of a sudden the last 100, 150 meters, that's when I would
wait
out.
for that finishing kick and then just leave it all on the line. It's a short race. There's nothing else after this. This is the last race for the morning. We've got a couple of relays after this, but Isabel Crew doing just that, leaving it all out there. You can see her hand speed really, really taking off. And that will be national champion in the girls U17 400-meter event. Isabel Crew coming in at 107.39, 67.39. Second place, Madeline Wilson, lane 5 at 1:17.54, and this is going to be pretty close between 3 and 4 here. We've got Liza Robbins and Alexis Wolf in 2 and 3. Looks like Alexis Wolf pulling ahead with that final sprint here, coming across the line in lane 2, and followed not far behind by Alexis Wolf. So 1, 2, and 3, Isabel Crew, Madeline Wilson, Liza Robbins. That will be the podium for this women's U17 T54 400-meter event. These races are going to be pretty quick, back to back. So we are getting ready right away for our second 400-meter event. This will, I am so sorry. I was on one page. These are more 54 athletes. So that was a prelim event for a final. We are getting ready for Heat 2 of the women's U17 400-meter event. That is 6 athletes in Heat 2, 4 athletes in Heat 1, a total of 10 athletes, all in the same age group classification, competing for the podium at the Hartford Nationals in this event.
Yes. So in prelim 2, in Heat 2, in lane 2, we have Sabrina. Lane 3, we have Juliana. In 4, we have Autumn. In lane 5, we have Brooklyn. Lane 6, we have Amy. And lane 7, we have Ellie.
So similarly, 6 athletes here all together competing against each other, but also the previous heat here for the national championship title at the Hartford Nationals. This is a super, super competitive classification and age group. Really deep here. We're going to see some very fast racing. We saw Isabel Crew, who took the win in Heat 1. We've got Autumn fought in this one, second place in the 1500 earlier today. This is going to be some fast racing. Autumn fought in lane 4, and you can see Autumn already pulling ahead, making up that stagger really fast with a super, super strong start. Coming into the backstretch here, that is Autumn fought, pulling ahead. She will be the first person into the second turn. This is 200 meters left to go, halfway through this final 400-meter race, and this is it. It's really, really starting to burn at this point. So into the last 100 meters here. This is Autumn fought in lane 4, second place in this morning's 1500-meter final. She is going to take first place in the second of 2 preliminary heats for this women's U17 T54 400-meter event. Coming in second, that is Brooklyn Gossard in lane 5. Coming up next, we have this lane 3, Julia Gonzalez, who we saw earlier this morning in the 1500-meter event with a really strong finish. Autumn Fought coming in at 1:04:32. That makes her the fastest finisher across both prelims. Isabel at 1:07 in prelim 1. Brooklyn Gossard in second in this heat, 1:10:35. Julia 1:25:20. Amy Cyber 1:33:80 coming in fourth in the second of two heats of the women's U17 400-meter dash. In lane 7 coming across now, that is Ellie Davenport of Adaptive Sports Ohio. So your finishing list for that race, we have Autumn Fought coming across in first, Brooklyn Gossard in second, Julia Gonzalez third in this preliminary heat. And next up, the boys U17 T54 400-meter dash.
Yep. So in lane 2, we have Hayden. Lane 3 is Kenan. Lane 4 is Ryan, and lane 5 is TJ.
This is going to be another really competitive event. We have two heats in the men's U17 T54 400-meter race. This is the first of two prelims. There will be 4 athletes in heat 1, 5 athletes in heat 2.
I always like the 400.
Yeah, even as a sprinter, you like the 400?
I don't like doing it myself.
Oh, okay, just
but
like
I
watching
it.
it.
Yeah,
It
there's so
is.
much that happens, and it's so fast.
There's a lot that happens in the 400. It is a really fast event. You've got fast starts, and you don't really have a lot of time to settle in.
Because if you do, then
It's too late. It's
yeah.
too much.
Too
And
late.
so it's really about starting fast and holding on to it as long as you can and making sure you've got just a bit for the finish. Here's our start. And taking off now. This is Ryan Davis in lane 4. We've seen earlier today strong performances, and like we saw in the first two heats, easily making up that stagger already out of the first turn and pulling far ahead. So we've got Ryan Davis, lane 4, opening up that gap, coming into 200 meters already, halfway through this race. It's just about holding on and saving a little bit for the final. Looking really, really strong, really smooth here. Getting good high lift off of his rings. Really consistent, really symmetrical stroke. He looks so comfortable out there right now.
Very smooth.
Coming through really strong and steady. The first place finisher in heat 1 of this event will be Ryan Davis with a dominant performance. And it is going to be pretty close for 2, 3, and 4. This is going to be TJ Mosley in lane 5. Second in this prelim, Kellen Shipman in lane 3, taking third for this prelim. And in lane 2, Hayden Compton from Hillsborough Adaptive Sports in Florida, taking fourth. So this is heat 1 of 2 heats for the boys U17 400-meter race in the T54 classification. Ryan Davis, 55 seconds.
That's a strong start.
Sub 60. That is over. That's fast. That's a fast race.
That's a fast race.
And we are already on to heat 2 of 2 for the U17 T54 400-meter race.
Yeah, so in heat 2, lane 2, we have Logan. Lane 3 is Mason. Lane 4 is Ariana. Lane 5 is Christopher. Lane 6 is Francis.
So this group also in the T54 classification, also U17, competing against themselves in this heat, but also the athletes in the previous heat. Too many T54 athletes to put them all together on the track, so it's been broken up into 2 groups. And the gun's up. Heat 2, T54 U17 400-meter event is off. Looks like a very, very strong start here from Christopher Good Jr. in lane 5, followed not far behind by Ari Krishnan in lane 4. Both with really strong starts, and this is tight. This is the closest final we have seen so far. They're behind the tents right now, but look how close they are coming down the backstretch. Looks like Ari Krishnan in lane 4 pulling just ahead into that final turn. Little bit of advantage if you are coming in to the turn with someone outside of you because you're going a shorter distance. Ari's already made up that stagger. And coming out of that turn right now, you can see the gap has really, really opened up. So lane 4, Ari Krishnan representing another athlete from that Texas Regional Parasport program. Strong, dominant finish. It was close off the start, but coming out of that second turn, really, really pulled ahead in lane 5. Second in this, we're going to have Christopher Good. Lane 3, Mason Berry coming through third in this heat. And tight here right now between 4th and 5th. This is Francis McCabe the third in lane 6, Logan Passay in lane 2, and it's going to be Francis pulling ahead in that final sprint and Logan Passay coming across next. First in this second of 2 prelims, Ari Krishnan coming in at 1:01.61 seconds. And we are already moving along to our first of 2 heats in the girls under 20 T54 400-meter event.
The heat 1 of 2. So lane 2 is Jade. Lane 3 is Bryant. Lane 4 is Elena. Lane 5 is Ashley. Lane 6 is Faith.
So another race. These are all T54 athletes, all wheelchair racers. This is going to be 1 of 2 prelims. So similarly to the first 2, we are looking at not only are the athletes competing against the athletes in their actual heat, but also the next heat as well. So you want to be top not only in your heat, but also overall.
T54 is a strong group.
T54 is a very strong group, often the fastest of the wheelchair racers. Athletes in this classification have an impairment that affects only their lower body, so they have really, really strong cores, strong trunks, strong abs, and that allows them to generate a lot of power and really get moving off the start. And they are getting ready. I just heard the gun go up. Addie Borgmeyer here in lane 4, we saw a dominant performance from in the 1500 meter. Addie really excels in the longer distance events, but you can see her taking off, breaking that stagger already, leading the field, coming out of the first turn of this 400 meter and continuing to open up that gap. Addie so strong over these events. Has a lot of speed and also a lot of endurance, which is a really, really dangerous mix, especially for someone in a 400 meter event. Addie into that second turn already, less than 200 meters to go, not slowing down at all. You can see looking really strong, really consistent with that stroke, getting good ring coverage, not wasting a lot of energy by coming up. Oh, one little break there. But you can see she's not wasting a lot of energy coming up. She's staying really low, really consistent, really relying on her arms for that power, getting good lift off the backside and cruising in through the finish, looking strong, looking comfortable. So first place finisher in this first heat will be Addie Borgmeyer from Minnesota, Rolling Thunder, coming in at 68.76. And we have a huge group coming through together right now. This is going to be lane 5, Lucila Ashley Castillo in lane 5, coming in second at 1:22.78. Esther Faith Henn representing Penn State Adaptive Sports at 1:24.98. Tally Brandt, 1 chair of a time at 1:25.59. And those are your top finishers for Heat 1 of the girls under 20 T54 400 meter dash. Again, Addie Borgmeyer in 1, Zila Ashley Castillo in 2, Esther Faith Penn in third. Another adaptive sports program at a university. Esther Faith, the only representative here from Penn State Adaptive Sports, one of the newer programs, but working to build their adaptive track and field program. And it's great to see so many athletes from so many different places having the opportunity to compete at the collegiate level and also go to school and get an education.
They represented Division I schools.
Absolutely. So moving on to Heat 2 of 2 for the girls under 20 T54 400-meter race.
Yep. So in Heat 2, Lane 3, we have Ella. Lane 4, we have Maya. In Lane 5, we have Isabel. Lane 6, we have Willie. And Lane 7, we have Melanie.
This is the second race of the day for a lot of these athletes, especially at the under 20 junior level. A lot of athletes take this as an opportunity to really compete in as many events as they possibly can. So at the higher levels, you often see more specialization, athletes competing in just a handful of events. But here, it's really common to see athletes compete in every track and field event, and then also additional sports as well. An opportunity to compete in swimming, in field events, and in some of the other sports that are offered at the Hartford Nationals. Heat 2 is off. Stagger staying pretty consistent so far out of the first turn. This is a really evenly matched heat. Looks like we've got some moves happening right now from Isabel Hognes in 5 and Willa Weidenheimer in lane 6. Beginning to pull ahead just a little bit, but this is still really, really close. It'll be interesting to see what happens on the way out of that second turn. Little bit of a breakaway here. There's still a solid group of 3 all together. I think this is going to be the closest race we've seen so far this morning in this 400-meter event. As we've seen earlier, when you're out ahead, there's nobody to chase, and that makes it a little bit harder to push through the pain. It is always easy when you are the one chasing, and we are seeing that gap start to close a little bit.
Yep.
This is going to be really, really close out of the turn. These two are neck and neck. Maybe a little bit of an advantage here being the chaser. This is too close to call right now.
Oh, she held off.
Isabel Hognes just barely holding off. Mia Valella in lane 4 coming in all together here. Isabel Hognes first in this heat 2 of 2 for the women's under 20 400-meter event. Isabel Hognes of the Glassa program, 1:21.80, less than a second behind her. Mia Balella from DASA Dynamates, 1:22.43. Willow Weidenheimer taking third in 2 of 2 heats for the girls under 20 400-meter dash. And we are moving on to the boys under 20 400-meter dash, class T54, and these are 2 more packed heats.
Packed. Heat 1, the first prelim, we have lane 1, Braden. Lane 2 is Jeremiah. Lane 3 is Guinea. Lane 4 is Tyler. Connor is in lane 5. Mayo is in lane 6. And lane 7 is Luke.
This is going to be a fast heat. We have 7 athletes in heat 1, 7 athletes in heat 2. This is 14 athletes all competing against each other in these 2 heats. We saw Tyler Gunnarsson earlier today, just barely missing a medal in the 1500-meter event, coming in 4th. Delmas Mayo picking up a medal in that 1500, as well as Gianni Quintero. 3 really, really strong athletes here. Excited to see Tyler Gunnarsson race in this event. I think so.
After the 15, I think he'll have more of an edge on him.
This is where Tyler really shines. 400-meter event. In the sprint events, normally the fastest competitor starts in the center of the field. So we're seeing a lot of really strong performances from lanes 3, lanes 4, lanes 5. Tyler Gunnarsson, drawing lane 5, has the fastest qualifying time coming into this event. So he's going to be the one to watch, but it's going to be tight. And as we've seen so far, anything can happen.
Anything's possible.
Tyler Gunnarsson from the Minnesota Rolling Thunder program, teammates with Addie Borgmeyer, who we saw run a really strong 400 meter earlier today. And the gun is up. We are off. Field starting to break up a little bit, but still pretty close in this first turn. I think this is going to come down to the last 200 meters for this race before we can say for sure who's going to have it. Really, really strong 400-meter times here from Tyler Gunnarsson in 4, Gianni Quintero in 3, Connor Hunt 5, Tomas Mayo in 6th. Still too close to call. Look at these 3 coming into the turn all together.
This is going to be fun.
Little bit of a gap opening up now. Too hard to see what lane it is coming in around the turn, but it looks like that is going to be, that's lane 4. That's Tyler Gunnarsson. This is Tyler's race, and you can see how strong and confident he looks. But 2, 3, and 4 still close together. Tyler pulling away, opening up that gap, and it looks like it is Tomas Mayo at the line for second. Connor Hunt coming through third. Once again, this is going to be one of 2 heats. We have another heat in the same classification, so athletes in the U20 T54 event competing not only against the athletes in their heat, but also this next heat for the finals. Tyler Gunnarsson 1, Tomas Mayo 2, Connor Hunt 3. All of the top 4 under 60 seconds for that 400-meter event. That's pretty fast.
Pretty fast. Yeah, only a tenth of a second off between second and third.
Really, really close. And that's, we talk about the last 100 meters. It matters who's first at the line. That was a really, really strong final push from Tomas Mayo. And a good reminder of why it is so important to not give up before you hit the line. Anything can happen all the way through. You've got to tell yourself that the finish line is 10 meters further than it actually is. So you keep going.
Yep. Heat 2 of the prelims, lane 2 is Joel, lane 3 is David, lane 4 is Colin, lane 5 is Jeffrey, lane 6 is Ben, 7 is Andrew, and lane 8 is Cameron.
We saw Cohen Granum with a really, really strong performance in the 1,500 meter earlier today, picking up the win for the U20 T54 men. Jeffrey Files competed here as a junior athlete, now representing the University of Arizona, and the gun is up. They are off. Fast starts, just like we saw in the previous heat. This is going to be another run where it is pretty tight, pretty close, but it looks like Cohen Granum, lane 4, already pulling ahead, coming out of that turn first, making up the stagger pretty early, but got to hold on through the next 300 meters of this race. Coming into lane 2, we've got 2 athletes hitting that turn at exactly the same time. We're going to have to wait and see what happens for the last 100 meters to see who comes out first. This is about hanging on right now. Everything you've got for the last 100 meters of this race. This is going to be Cohen Granum in lane 4 pulling ahead. Lane 5, Jeffrey Files close behind. Next we have lane 3 will be David Ramos, will be third across the line for this T54 men's under 20 event. Lane 6, that is Ben Vondrak crossing next. 7th, Andrew Peffley. Joel Tapia just crossed in lane 2, and in lane 8, Kademan Briner. That is heat 2 of 2 for the boys under 20 T54 400 meter dash. And we are changing things up a little bit. And moving on to the U11 classification.
So in section 1 of the finals, lane 4 we have Pepper, and lane 5 we have Wilder.
So this will be a straight final for this event. 2 athletes. This is the youngest classification for athletes to compete here at the Hartford Nationals. U11 athletes who are 10 and under compete all together in one classification. So here we have Pepper Penelope Webster, who is 8, representing the Bennett Blazers. Earlier we had Daniel Romanchuk on talking about how he got started at age 7 as a member of the Bennett Blazers, which is pretty cool. So starting young, maybe a serious future in sports for Penelope. And Eliza Wilder, 10 years old, representing the Lakeshore Foundation from Alabama. So you got started a little bit later in adaptive sports. Did you participate in any sports as a kid?
Oh yeah, I played everything. I wrestled, I played football, played basketball, I swam, I did anything that was
Anything and
possible.
everything. Did you ever play soccer? I feel like every kid plays soccer.
I played soccer right after my amputation. I played soccer on my crutches, and we would win because I would just hit people with my crutches.
I feel like that's probably not legal.
We won.
I mean, I guess that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Well, we are getting ready to kick off this 400-meter event. Youngest classification here at Movie United Nationals. U11 girls, T54. So just 2 athletes in this heat competing for the national championship title. Really cool to see so many young athletes. Just heard the starter, and there is the gun. Really fast start here in lane 4 from Webster, but it looks like it's going to be pretty close. These 2 look like they're pretty evenly matched here.
Yep.
So I actually got my start back in the day, many years ago. I did my first national championships when I was 11 years old.
Really?
So also spent a lot of time and competed here from the time I was 11 all the way up through my freshman year of college, coming back to, at the time, junior nationals.
Yeah.
2 years ago, competition opened up to also include adult classifications, which has been a great opportunity, especially for some of the younger athletes to see some older competitors and learn a little bit from them here. Coming into the second turn, it looks like there's been a little bit of a gap that has opened up. These 2 still moving at a pretty good pace. We have Pepper Penelope Webster from the Bennett Blazers in lane 4, Eliza Wilder from the Lakeshore Foundation in Alabama racing in lane 5. And there really are athletes from all around the country. So the adaptive sports world is pretty small. A lot of people get to know their competitors, but for athletes competing here at nationals, a lot of times this is the first time they've ever competed against athletes from other parts of the country in their classification, which is a pretty cool experience.
It really is.
And this is Eliza Wilder in lane 5, pulling ahead here. Gotta hang on, still looking pretty strong. Really got that hand speed going. A little bit of a finishing kick coming up to the line here in lane 5. National champion in the girls 10 and under T54 400-meter event will be Eliza Wilder. And then coming in just behind her, second place silver medalist at the Hartford National Championships, Pepper Penelope Webster at 2 minutes 02. Eliza Wilder at 1:50, and moving on to the boys T64 10 and under 400-meter heat 1 of. Oh, this is going to be a straight final as well.
So in lane 4 we have Andy. In lane 5 we have Harris. In lane 6 we have Creed.
So athletes in this T64 classification all run with 1 prosthetic leg below the knee. So pretty cool, starting at 11 years old, running in the 64. Oh, this is going to be a mixed classification actually. So Andy Backner running as a T64, and then Harris Krug and Creed Evans, each running in the 30s classification. Harris Krug is a T38, Creed Evans as a T37. So all of these athletes out on the field of play together, but they are actually racing against themselves here for the national championship.
That's a lot about track. It's just trying to beat yourself and beat your personal record.
There's a lot of that for track racing in general, is competing against yourself, trusting yourself, and knowing yourself. For these athletes here, and that's something great they do at the Hartford Nationals, is for athletes in similar age groups or classifications, if there aren't enough athletes to fill the track in a full heat, they'll often run multiple athletes together so that there is someone to chase and to push you to a new personal best.
Because it is very hard to run by yourself, especially in a 400 meter.
They are off, and you are absolutely correct. Knowing that you're the only person on the track for 400 meters is a hard way to race. And so this way, a couple of athletes out there all running against each other, and coming out of this first turn, you can see pretty evenly matched as well. On the infield of the track, we also have some field events going on this morning. Looked like that was javelin happening. I can't remember. Did you tell me that you throw the javelin as well, Derek?
The javelin, yeah. Wouldn't say I'm very good at it, but I love doing it.
It's very different
hard to learn.
Very different than throwing the discus for sure. What are the biggest differences that you found as far as technique and training goes?
Gosh, well, if you did play baseball as a kid, javelin's very hard. I played baseball as a kid, but it's
still hard.
It's still challenging. It's just so hard.
Is the javelin throw similar to a baseball pitch?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say the hardest thing is that not many people know how to throw the jab. So like no one knows how to coach you.
Yeah.
Unless you have like the best coaching you.
It's also hard to learn as a junior level athlete because there's a lot of states that don't throw actual javelins, and so not having that experience of training and knowing how a javelin works is tricky too. So we are coming into the final finishing stretch here. This is Creed Evans in lane 6, Harris Krug in lane 5, Andy Bachner in lane 4, and coming in first in the T38 class will be Harris Krug. First in the T64 classification, Andy Bachner. And Creed Evans coming up into the final finishing sprint right now. Less than 50 meters to go, crossing the line. Creed will be first in the T37 classification. So finishing times up now. Harris Krug, Andy Bachner, Creed Evans, and moving on to the girls under 11 mixed 400 meter race.
A lot of T64s in this one. So in lane 2 we have Samantha. In lane 3 we have Mason. In lane 4 we have Linda. In lane 5 we have Hayden. Lane 6 we have Charlotte. In lane 7 we have Liza.
Exciting to see all of these athletes out here. Girls under 14, so all of the athletes in this heat are between 10 and 13 years old, so also pretty young, just starting out. We talked a little bit about learning to run with a prosthetic leg and how that is different. So for someone who is maybe just starting out, just doing their first couple of track meets, running as a 64 on a running blade for the first time, what's your best advice for them?
Best advice? I would say try to focus on the knee drive. A lot of the athletes you'll see that at a younger age, they like to whip their leg out. It's kind of like the 63s with a single amp above.
The above knee amputees, yep.
So they like to whip their leg out, and it's very, very easy to see with the younger athletes where they like whip it out. And the older athletes, it looks like more of a running form.
And that power drive is really important because you're not working with any muscles in the lower part of your legs. So you're really relying on that bounce from the blade. So you're driving down with your hips, with your thighs, and using that to get that power to move forward and to get a little bit of bounce off of that blade, right? That's the advantage. And we've seen a really big change over the past couple of years of long jump athletes in particular jumping off of their blades instead of their biological legs for that reason. Because you get the bounce.
Yep. I always used to jump off my left leg until I got to adaptive sports, and everybody told me to jump off my blade.
Off the other leg.
Yep.
And our next heat right now is off. So this is the girls under 14. This is a mixed ambulatory event, so a whole bunch of different classifications out here on the field, all running 400 meters. So in the T64 classification, lane 2 we have Samantha Vaca. Lane 5, we have Hayden Fletcher. Lane 6, we've got Charlotte Lindsay. We also have a couple of athletes in the 30s classifications. Mason Kronmuller is in lane 3, representing the T38 classification. Lydia Higgs in lane 4, and Eliza Cole in lane 7, both running as members of the T37 classification. So like we've seen earlier today and in some of the 1,500 meter events, first across the line is not necessarily, well, first across the line will be national champion, but there are also athletes in this field who are competing against each other. The whole field is not in the same classification. So right now, opening up a little bit, this is Lydia Higgs in lane 4, coming across the line first. She will be first in the heat, also first in the T37 classification. Lane 2, Samantha Vaca will be first. National champion for the T64 classification, coming across the line now. In lane 5, this is Hayden Fletcher, second for T64. Lane 3, Mason Kronmuller, the only T38 in this heat and national champion for that classification. In lane 7, Eliza Cole will be second in the T37 classification. And that was Charlotte Lindsay, lane 6, bronze medalist in the T64 class. Final finishing times up now, and we are jumping over to the boys under 14 ambulatory event. So running 2 heats here. The first heat will be all athletes in the T36-37 classification.
The first section of the finals, the lane 1, we have Silas. Lane 2, we have Landon. Lane 3, we have Bennett. Lane 4 is Wesley. Lake is in lane 5. Charlie is in lane 6, and Carson is in lane 7.
All the athletes competing in this U14 division are between the ages of 11 and 13, so still pretty young. Athletes in this 30s category that we are seeing in the first heat, all athletes who compete with a disability or an impairment that affects balance and coordination, most commonly athletes who have a cerebral palsy diagnosis. As we've seen in other classifications, the lower the ones digit, the more the athlete is affected by their impairment in their performance, or the more that affects their performance. So in this next heat, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 will all be T36 athletes. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 are athletes in the T37 classification. Heading out to the start line now. Probably feeling a little bit of pre-race jitters. What are you thinking about when you're walking out to the track for an event, especially knowing that it's a big one?
It's a big one. I don't know. It's just hard because like you have this focus, but then you try to stay relaxed at the same time. And a lot of the races that no one knows about is like there's a call tent, so you have to be there's a sitting back for maybe 10, 20 minutes back there, and so you get cold again, so you have to kind of warm up. So you're just like, okay, so I gotta get warmed up again and try to stay focused.
That's actually, we should talk a little bit about the process and what it takes, all of the steps to actually get you to the start line after you are at the event. So something that is different about adaptive sports and about Paralympic sports that you don't see in non-disabled traditional sports is that on the start line, athletes are allowed to use aids, especially if they are asymmetrical in their upper bodies, if they have an amputation or a limb difference. And so you'll see here in lane 5, there's a block up on the line on the right side. And that is actually so the athlete can use that block for balance to help even out their shoulders on the start line, which is not something that you see used in Olympic sports or in traditional non-disabled sports. It's not as common to see at the junior level. Much more common to see athletes with aids like that at the Paralympic and the international level. So everyone here getting set up at the start, and it is all about being ready to run because this is a fast race. You've got to be ready to take off as soon as the gun goes, but also staying relaxed. And calling back to reset for just a moment.
Get a little anxious out there.
And this is something that athletes can do. If the on your mark goes and you are not ready, you can raise your hand and get a moment to reset. The 400-meter race is a 3-command start, excuse me. So you get on your mark, set, and go. When the starter says set, you cannot move a muscle. So you've got to make sure you are ready when on your mark is called. So there's the set and the gun. 2 different classifications running here. All of the athletes in the T36 and 37 classifications, lanes 1 through 4, are T36 athletes, lanes 5 through 7, racing in the T37 category. A little bit hard to see what's happening on the back side of the track right now as we pass the officials' tent. And coming out the back side, there's been a little bit of a breakaway. Looks like it is coming from the outside lanes of the track. So we're going to see what happens now coming into the final turn.
Yep. And as you get closer to the 100, it kind of gets back to closer together too.
It does. It often evens out. Athletes start, and if you are starting with the stagger in one of the outside lanes, you've got a little bit more of a gap. And the purpose of that is if athletes are perfectly evenly matched, that means the gap will close coming out of the second turn. So it's really hard to say what's going to happen in a 400-meter event until you come out of that turn. And it looks like this will be lane 7. Carson Carney pulling ahead, first into the turn, first out of the turn, looking really strong coming into the finish here. Carson Carney will be the first finisher. Oh, that is lane 5, excuse me. That is Lake Reed will be the first finisher in the T37 classification. And here in lane 2, Landon Healy, the first finisher in the T36 classification. So that is a 1:24.66 for Lake Reed, 1:32.76 for Landon Healy. Coming in third in the heat overall, lane 4, Wesley Bobus, second for T36. Bennett Miser, fourth at 1:54.55. In third for the T36 category. In lane 6, we have Charlie Stevens. Lane 7, Carson Carney coming in pretty close together there. So top finishers in this heat, Lake Reed, Landon Healy coming in 1 and 2. And moving on to the next mixed heat of the boys under 14 400-meter dash.
In section 2, lane 3, we have Lincoln. Lane 4 is Jackson. Lane 5 is Max. And lane 6 is Jacob.
So this will also be a straight final. In lane 3, we have our sole representative from the T35 classification, Lincoln Beckner. Lane 4 will be Jackson Higgins, racing as a T38. And then competing against each other, Max and Jacob in lanes 5 and 6. So mixed heat here, 3 different classifications. 3 gold medals up on the line here today. So we were just talking about the call tent and something that not a lot of people know. So you show up for your race, you do your warm up, you're ready to go. Tell me what happens next after that, Derek.
Yeah, so you go into a call tent. They check your spikes, make sure they're legal, make sure you don't have anything mechanical in your bag. You can't have your cell phone, you can't have massage guns and stuff like that. You can't have. They just kind of check it so that there's no advantage, like bands, stuff like that. And then you go through and you kind of just sit there. You move around for I think call tent for running events is like 20 minutes, and then call tent for throwing events is 50.
A little bit longer, yeah.
So, yeah, it's just very, it's a thing you just don't really think about. You think these athletes will just get on the line and go, but they have to wait around and prepare for a while.
So it's getting warmed up and then trying to maintain that and to stay loose over what can be. And at the Paralympic Games, sometimes those call times can be 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and well over an hour, depending on what the events are. So that is a really long time from doing your warm-up and actually trying to stay loose and relaxed and not get in your own head. That's a big part of it
you're sitting
as well.
There for 20, 50 minutes, and it'd be easy because you're sitting there with your competition too. You're just
absolutely
like you're not in a room by yourself. You're in there with other people.
So this next heat is off now. This is the second of 2 for the boys under 14 400-meter dash. There are 3 gold medals up on the line for this event. It is a mixed classification event. Coming out around the back stretch now, looks like there is a little bit of a gap open up. That is either Max or Jacob in lanes 5 or 6 pulling ahead. Coming into that final turn, but as we've seen, a lot can happen in the last 200 meters of this race. And getting close enough for me to be able to see who we have here. This is going to be lane 5. This is Max Spooneybarger representing 50 legs in the T64 classification. Coming in pretty strong, looking pretty good. What do you see about Max's technique here? Good drive? Good drive.
As you can see, his prosthetic leg is not swinging out as much as lane 6 was.
And that is a whole lot of power that Max is able to generate through that blade. So Max Spooneybarger taking gold for the T64 classification. Jacob Estes taking silver. Now crossing the line in lane 4, Jackson Higgins gold for the T38 classification, and less than 100 meters to go. This is Lincoln Beckner, class T35, coming up strong on the finish, especially for athletes in this 30 classification. Trying to stay loose and not tighten up is a huge, huge challenge. So the 400-meter race, tricky for everybody. And getting ready to move on to 2 different events within the girls under 14 400-meter wheelchair races. This will be the first of 2 races. Both are mixed classifications.
So in section 1 of the finals, lane 2 is Alexa, lane 3 is Olive, lane 4 is Claire, lane 5 is Ella, lane 6 is Dakota, lane 7 is Amelia, and lane 8 is Raina.
So this actually is going to be all T54 athletes in the U14 age group. The next heat will be mixed, but this is going to be a straight final. 7 athletes competing for 3 medals here today. We saw a couple of these athletes compete earlier in the 1500 meters. They've had probably about an hour of a break to cool down, get some water, get a snack, get back out there because, like Derek mentioned, you've got to be in the call tent pretty long ahead of your event. But on the start line now, getting ready to race. So do you think the athletes who had a chance to get out there already, run the 1500, shake out some of their nerves, have an advantage? Or do you think there's more of an advantage to getting that rest and having this be your first event of the day?
I think the getting your nerves out definitely
Yeah.
helps, because this is a national meet. Like, this is a big meet for them.
It is,
So it's
absolutely.
like for anybody. So it's like you get out there and you have one meet under your belt. Like earlier when Tyler, he
Yep.
got fourth, and
Yep.
he's like, okay, now I'm ready to go.
Now I'm good. Now I'm ready. Now I'm coming back, and I know what I'm doing out
Yep.
there. There's also something to be said about the feel of the track, right?
Oh, yeah.
Until you get a chance to be out there, you're not sure how it reacts and how it responds. And for racing chairs, it's a huge factor for everybody. But for racing chairs, when we're talking about that steering and the way that you adjust the steering and set the screws on your compensator to follow the turn, you need to know what the turns feel like.
Because almost every turn is different.
Almost
track.
every turn is different, and every track feels different, even if you are in the same lanes.
Yeah.
So already a little bit of a breakaway we are seeing here, coming into 200 meters to go, getting ready to hit that turn. You can see the pause to hit the compensators, and they are into the second of 2 turns in this 400-meter event. All of these athletes between 11 and 13, so this is how old I was when I started, competing in the T54 wheelchair racing category. So 7 athletes, 3 medals, and this is going to be a straight final. Looks like we got a little bit of a gap here, a little bit of a lead for Claire Lachaume. We saw Claire earlier representing the Rochester rookies out of Rochester, New York. Looking super, super strong and confident. Great chair control coming into the finish all the way through the line, which is what we want to see. Coming up next, this looks like Amelia Gwynn in this is Dakota Nesbitt in lane 6 of the Bennett Blazers, and that was Raylan Lemons in lane 8. Coming up now, lane 2, Alexa Landers representing the Bennett Blazers. Good representation overall from the Bennett Blazers. 3 athletes in this race, but we've seen quite a bit of them so far. So here are the top 3 finishers up on your screen. Coming in now, lane 5, Ella Willis of the Louisville Lightning. And this is lane 3, Olive Weidenheimer. Getting set for the next race already. But great racing so far this morning. This will be a mixed heat. It is the second U14 girls 400-meter dash for wheelchair racers.
And so in lane 3 we have Rebecca, and then in lane 4 we have Spicer.
So both Rebecca and Nolani Spicer racing in this 400-meter event. 2 medals up on the line. Rebecca DiGiorgio racing in the T90 classification. T90 and T91 are classifications offered by by the Hartford Nationals here by Move United for athletes that don't fall into a classification traditionally offered in the Paralympic side. So they don't fall into the 11 through 72 classifications. And then in lane 4, we have Nolani Spicer representing San Antonio, another athlete from Texas in the T33 classification. So like we saw earlier, a great thing that they do here when there aren't enough athletes to fill a heat, we combine heats with different classifications to make sure everyone has the opportunity to race against someone, even if they're not competing for a medal. Because I'm sure you know, with more competition, that often pushes you to go faster, to throw farther, to be a little bit stronger, and improve your own performances.
And then the Paralympic world, like, everybody's very helpful. So even if there's 2 different competitive sides, like if one's a lot farther ahead, the person ahead is going to help the person behind them so they both grow together.
Absolutely. And we've seen this so many times. This adaptive sports world, it's a small world, and it's a lot of people with a shared goal of elevating adaptive sports, showing the world what is possible, and giving athletes opportunities to race and compete at the highest levels here. We've seen so many Paralympians here giving back this week, many of them who got their start here at the Hartford Nationals, just coming back, sharing their knowledge, sharing what they've learned, and providing advice for younger athletes who maybe want to go to the Paralympics someday themselves. And so this here, lane 3, Rebecca DeGiorgio of Dreamplex Parasports, coming out of Florida, a program that Daniel Romanchuk and his family help coach. Another one of my former teammates from the University of Illinois, Joey Gibbs, coaching down there as well. All great wheelchair racers. And coming up into that final stretch now, less than 100 meters to go. This is Nolani Spicer in lane 4, representing San Antonio Extreme. Next heat out on the track. This will be a boys U14 400-meter event. This first race is going to be all athletes in the T54 wheelchair racing classification.
So in section 1 of the 2 finals, we have lane 1 is Jerio, lane 3 is Devon, lane 4 is Grant, lane 5 is Thompson, lane 6 is Austin, and lane 7 is Colton.
So we have 6 athletes starting this race, 3 medals up on the line. First 3 across the line will be your podium for the 2025 Hartford Nationals, conducted by Move United. Everybody up on the start line now. Something interesting about wheelchair racing: when you are running and you are starting down, your fingers must be behind the line for the start. For wheelchair racing, it is the point of your front wheel where it meets the ground. Everything is measured by that hub of the wheel, so not the very front edge, but the center of your front wheel is how they determine whether you are aligned correctly for the start, and that is also how they do photo finishes at the end for very close races.
Really?
It is the hub at the center of the wheel. Starting gun is up. And taking off now. Fast starts from this group. 6 athletes racing here, 3 medals on the line. That looks like Colton Pajeda in lane 7 from Team Michigan, a local athlete, pulling ahead a little bit, but it is too soon to say what's going to happen. That gap is closing. 3 athletes coming into this final turn all together. Looks like there has been a little bit of a move. It is too soon to call what is going to happen. Because of that stagger, a lot can change over this last 200 meters. I know it's so hard to not make predictions about what is happening, but it looks like there's been a little bit of a move here. We're opening up a gap coming out of that turn, about 30 meters left of that turn before the final stretch of this 400-meter event. This is lane 4. Grant Gillespie making the move, representing that Texas Regional Sports Program. Really, really strong move into that second turn, pulling ahead, holding it, and now continuing to pull ahead with a strong final sprint into the finish. That is Grant Gillespie from Texas. Really close here for 2 and 3. Colton Pajeda in 7 for second. Looked like Adele Thompson in third, representing Rising New York Roadrunners. Look how close these times are. Grant Gillespie 1:23.42. Colton Pajeda 1:28.93, and about a half a second behind Adele Thompson 1:29.35. Just barely getting past at the line. That is your podium for the boys under 14 T54 classification 400-meter race. We are not done yet. Coming up the final straight. Now crossing the line, Jairo Gonzalez representing Wichita Adaptive Sports. such strong racing here today. I love the close races. It is so exciting, and really anything can happen at that line. Sometimes it is just one final push that can take you from second up to first.
Is there ever a problem with you slipping with hitting the wheels?
Yes, absolutely. And that's actually a factor in places where it is more humid. You're relying so much on the friction between your racing chair and your gloves, between the wheels and your gloves, that you're really relying on it being dry. And once you get a little bit of moisture in between your gloves and your wheels, that's when you start dealing with slipping. So this is one of the things I think that Daniel Romanchuk will be talking about later today, are ways to combat that. A lot of people use a sticky substance called Clister. They use it for handball a lot, actually. That's kind of like glue that helps stick to your wheels. Some athletes use different materials like sandpaper or different types of fabric to help give them a little bit of grip, but that can be a huge factor. So moving on to the second group of boys, under 14, 400 meters. This is going to be a mixed classification event.
Lane 3 is Mikon, lane 4 is Henry, and lane 5 is Rishai.
So all of the athletes in this heat are going to be representing different classifications, all within the same 11 to 13 age group. However, 3 gold medals up on the line, 3 athletes. So this is about racing yourself and hopefully with some strong competition, hitting a new personal best. Taking off really strong here. We saw great push from Harry Hungley in the 1500 meters earlier today. Also had a impressive showing at the Peachtree Junior Road Race, 10K road race. So experience not only on the track, but also on the road, and pulling ahead with a pretty dominant gap off the start. But remember, all of these athletes, different classifications, which means they have impairments that affect them in different ways. So they're not competing against each other, even though they're out on the track together, competing against themselves here, hoping for new PRs on their way to national championship titles. Harry Hungley now coming out of that second turn, still looking pretty smooth, I would say.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of training, has a lot of road experience. He's actually with a program out of New York with New York Roadrunners. So since he was a kid, has had experience racing on the road and doing some longer distance racing, which is really paying off here. Just looking really strong and really comfortable as he crosses the line first, national champion in the T34 classification.
It's cool to see right when they hit the 100, their arms just immediately speed up.
It's that final kick, and everyone knows how important it is. You're working so hard, and you're really giving it everything you've got, but then you come out of that turn, the finish line is right there, and you just dig a little bit deeper for anything you possibly have. And here we go. Good example. You can see that hand speed really moving. That will be Malcolm McIntyre of Louisville Lightning, with a national championship in his classification. And also from the New York program, New York Para Sports Academy. Lane 5, this will be Rishi, the only competitor in the T33 classification here in this age group, on his way to a national championship title. So we are not done yet.
Nope.
More 400-meter races to go. Moving right along into our next event. This will also be a final, and it is going to be an ambulatory girls under 17 400-meter event.
So in lane 2, we have Isabella. Lane 3, we have Ali. Lane 4, we have Avery. Lane 5 is Olivia. Lane 6 is Alexis. Lane 7 is Christian. And then lane 8 is Zoe.
All of the athletes here competing in different ambulatory classifications. All are between the ages of 14 and 16. We have 2 athletes competing in the T64 category. with lower limb prosthetics, 1 athlete competing in the T47 category, that is an upper limb disability, and then T36, T37, and T38. So a huge mix of different classifications here and lots of medals on the line for this event. Representation from some teams that we haven't seen yet today. Children's Lightning Wheels out of New Jersey. Louisville Lightning, we've seen a few times. Blaze Sports out of Atlanta, Georgia. Have you done anything with Blaze Sports since you've been to Atlanta? They run lots of programs, children and adults, in, I think, across quite a few different sports, but they've got a team here competing at Move United Nationals. A lot of track and field athletes. DASA Dynamites out of St. Louis, Pennsylvania Center for Adaptive Sports. Another athlete from San Antonio, and then the Navigators Adaptive Sports Club out of New Jersey. Off to quick starts here, starting to spread out a little bit. We'll have to see coming into turn 2 what's happening. So definitely pulling ahead. We've got a gap too far away for me to see what lane we have here. But looking really strong, really, really good form. Those are long strides. And this will be Lane 4, Avery Weeks, the only competitor in the T47 classification. This is upper body limb differences and amputations. So Avery Weeks coming through really, really strong here. Looking very smooth to that was a great race, to a national championship title. Second finisher, Lane 3, Isla Duncan. Looks like this is going to be Lane 8, Zoe Heeman Emery. That was Lane 7, excuse me, Kristen Brunson from San Antonio. Lane 2, Isabella De Pascal. Here we have Alexis West. And top finishers overall of this event up on the screen. Oh, and here is that final finishing sprint. Zoe Heeman Emery coming out of nowhere with a great finishing kick, crossing the line in lane 8 right now. Lane 5, this is Olivia Thomas racing in the T38 classification. One of one race for ambulatory girls under 17 in this 400-meter race. That was 7 athletes out on the track with 6 gold medals up for grabs.
That's a solid race. 108 for 13 years old, 16 years old is pretty good.
108, not bad at all. We are getting ready. Athletes heading out to the track now for our next event. This will be one of 2 races in the boys under 17 ambulatory classifications. Still running the 400-meter event. We've got a couple left to go. And this will be mixed classification event with athletes in the T35 and 37 classifications.
In section 1 of the finals, in lane 1 we have Cole. Lane 2 we have Dekan. Lane 3 we have Jake. Lane 4 we have Joshua. In lane 5 we have James. Lane 6 is Lucas. Lane 7 is Landon. And lane 8 is Andrew.
So in 1, 2, and 8, we have our representatives from the T35 classification. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 will all be T37s. So 2 different classifications, 2 gold medals up for grabs here in this boys ambulatory under 17 400-meter dash event. Everyone setting up and getting ready at the start line. It is an option for these athletes whether they use blocks or not. So you can see that there's a little bit of a mix out here. Most athletes choosing not to use blocks. This is another one of those things that you see much more frequently at the higher levels, especially when you're competing at national Paralympic trials, World Championships, and the Paralympic Games.
'Cause a lot of it could be they just don't have the resources to have blocks.
Absolutely.
They just don't learn with the blocks.
Yep. A lot of athletes training on their own,
Yeah.
and really getting the opportunity here to test out their fitness and their training against other athletes in similar classifications and age groups as themselves. And that's the call from the starter. Everyone getting down and ready. For athletes starting with blocks, their hands must be behind the line. And you can see everyone freeze with the set and then take off. So clean start here. Again, this is a mixed classification event. So lanes 1, 2, and 8 in the T35 classification, racing for a gold medal. In lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, athletes in the T37 classification. 2 classifications, 2 gold medals up for grabs. Already looking like an exciting race. We'll have to see who comes out of this second turn first. The field starting to string out a little bit. We're seeing some distance between 1, 2, and 3. A lot can still change
I think we're
on the way out of this turn.
with this one.
The slingshot effect is so huge, and you can see that gap starting to close a little bit right now. This looks like lane 3. We've got Jake Furlow pulling ahead. And this is Jake Furlow, lane 3, taking the gold medal in the T37 classification. Crossing the line next in 7, Landon Brown. Silver medalist, lane 1, Cole Morlock, will be the first finisher for the T35 class, followed closely behind by Declan Barbazat. Joshua Staus in lane 4. This is Lucas Duggan in lane 6. James Delenti in lane 5, excuse me. And Ander Anwar Kamar in lane 8. We are getting ready to move on to the second boys under 17 400-meter ambulatory race. This will be another mixed classification event.
So the second section of the finals, in lane 2 we have Chase. Lane 3 is Owen. Lane 4 is William. Lane 5 is Raymond. Lane 6 is Malachi. And lane 7 is Cooper. And lane 8 is Luke.
For this event, all of the competitors under the age of 17, between 14 and 16 years old. But we have quite a mix of classifications here. So we have 1 athlete from every classification.
Yeah.
T36, 38, 40, 45, 62, 63, and 64. So
just a little bit of everything.
a little bit of everything. 7 classifications, 7 gold medals up for grabs here. So this is all about running for a new personal best, pushing yourself, and really getting that competition.
It's like a potluck out there. You got everything out there.
A whole big mix. You can come chat during the races if you want. That's okay with me. I'll just have to like jump back and talk about what's happening. Yeah, that's okay with me. I don't want to miss the out. And this second heat of the boys under 17 400-meter event is off, and we have a really big pack of athletes coming through that first turn all together. So once again, 7 different classifications here, so that is 7 gold medals up for grabs. This is a great opportunity to race against some other athletes, to push yourself and to drop those personal bests. This looks like Raymond Little in lane 5. This is the first. No. This is Chase. You're right. This is T62 double baloney amputee. This is Chase Merriweather. We're wrong about everything this morning, Derek. That is Owen Mordyke in lane 3. T63 classification. This is the first T63 that we have seen so far today. Coming in lane 5, that was Raymond Little. Lane 8. Lane 7, Cooper Shane. So many athletes coming in so close together. It's a great opportunity to see some competition. This will be lane 3, Owen Mordyke. And this is Mikhail Kentuckian in lane 6 in the T40 classification. So top finishers, Chase Merriweather coming in 58.95, sub 60 for a 400 meter. That is super speedy. Luke Wynn right now from Blaze Sports in Atlanta in lane 8. And getting it ready to move on to the girls under 17 wheelchair racing event. This will be a mixed classification event.
For this next race, we have in lane 2, we have Mary. In lane 3 is Margaret. In lane 4, we have Jack. And then in lane 5, we have Dylan.
All of the athletes here on the start line are ready to go. Big mix, 4 athletes out on the, this is mixed men and women, 4 athletes out on the track. So this will be 4 gold medals up for grabs. Mary McDonald in lane 2 is a T53. Margaret Shannon in 3, a T34. Jack Coy in 4, a T34. And Dylan Chalmers in 5 will be a T33. So they are off. All the athletes in this race between the ages of 14 and 16 years old. Different classifications which affect their function in different ways here. We've got a really big gap off the start so far.
That was a good start by Jack.
Really good start by Jack. Not wasting any time here. It is a short race and taking advantage of the 400 meters he has. Looking really strong. A lot of hand speed here. hit the compensator into that second turn. Doesn't look like he's slowing down at all, and this is where it really starts to hurt. This is the struggle about staying consistent and keeping that speed moving. We talked a little bit about humidity and how that can affect the ability to push, but I haven't seen too many athletes having issues with slipping yet today, that is a good thing to see. I did just feel the wind pick up a little bit here.
How much does that affect the chair racing?
So just like it does for throwing, wind can have a huge, huge effect, not only in your ability to stay in your lane, the same way that, and coming across the line first, that is Jack Coy. But as I was saying, not similarly to the discus and to some of the throwing events, that it can affect the flight in air. The wind can blow the front wheel and make it really hard to go straight and to stay in your lane. But also, pushing against the wind is not easy. That was Mary McDonald in lane 2, second across the line. And this is Margaret Shannon in lane 3, T34 classification. Dylan Chalmers coming out of the turn right now. We saw Dylan as the only T33 athlete competing in the 1500 meter earlier today. Back on the track again for a 400, looking strong and steady coming into the finish line here. The headwind can actually make a huge difference. You don't feel it quite as much when you are running, but if you think about riding a bike into the wind, you can really feel the difference between a headwind and a tailwind. And so this actually plays into wheelchair racing and your strategy sometimes in your plan for attack. I was always strongest with a tailwind, and so I would plan my attacks around the track with a tailwind, knowing that that was my best advantage and hoping that I could hang on long enough to not let all of the really strong, really powerful athletes catch me when we would hit the headwinds.
So like a great athlete like yourself, do you have any tips for people that are hitting a headwind?
Oh, hitting the headwind is all about power, and it is all about consistency. You're going to see acceleration on the tailwind, which is a goal. You want to get moving as fast as you can. When you hit the headwind side, you just want to hold steady. You want to watch your speed and see what you're going and not slow down. So not all athletes keep track of live speed, but many athletes, especially out on the road, instead of having mile splits or mile times or lap splits that they're going for, they're actually running off of live speed, and they have an average speed that they want to hit and an average speed that they want to hold throughout the course of a race. And for the top level, someone like Daniel Romachek, this is sometimes 20 miles an hour or plus for an entire race, which is really, really fast. So moving along to our next event here, this is going to be the girls under 20 ambulatory 400 meter dash. So another mix of classifications here.
Lane 3, we have Violet. Lane 4, we have Madison. Lane 5, we have Riley. Lane 6, we have Evans. And lane 7, we have Kaylee.
So 2 Violets in this race, Violet Hall, Violet Kelly.
Yeah.
Violet Hall in lane 3 will be the only representative from the T46 classification. This is a disability affecting her upper body. And lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 will all be athletes competing in the T37 classification. So 2 gold medals up on the line here for these 5 athletes. A group here of athletes who have been competing at nationals for quite a long time that I see every year when I'm not out here at the track with the opportunity to do the live stream, which I love, getting a chance to get out here and to see the action and to chat with some of the athletes. I'm normally working in the registration room, checking everyone in. So it's really fun to come back every year and see familiar faces and familiar names. And some of these athletes, Violet Kelly, Madison Haas, I have seen year after year since they were kids competing in the U11, U14 classifications, and it's been so fun to watch so many athletes continue to rise up through the age groups, to continue to improve, to get some national and some international competition experience, and I expect that we will see a lot of them in the next few years beginning to make their mark internationally at World Championships and the Paralympic Games.
Yeah. Madison and I actually competed together at the IWAS games in Portugal.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Was Portugal your first international competition experience?
It was my first international experience.
International competition can be a little bit different than even national championships here. Things are just a little bit more serious there, I would say.
Yeah, and you have to plan. Like you can't just go down to the local store, local Target.
Absolutely.
You get like electrolytes or anything like that. You have to plan for everything.
What do you think the thing that surprised you the most, or your biggest lesson was that you learned at your first games in Portugal?
I would say moving on the airplane.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to sit there, but if you keep moving and keep being on a schedule of moving all the time, it's good. And being on a strict sleep schedule, like
absolutely
moving over to that time zone rather than being behind.
Always the hardest part for me, and I love that Move United sends a team to the World Ability Sport Games. IWAS is now World Ability Sport, but they send a team to those games, which is a really good first international competition experience because you're right, there are so many factors that go into that. So this race getting ready to take off. Again, Violet Hall in 3, racing in the T46 classification. And lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 racing as T37 athletes. 2 gold medals up for grabs, 2 different classifications racing here. Violet Hall here.
It's a strong start.
Really strong start. Same really long, consistent strides we've seen from some of the leaders earlier on. Looking really good. Any feedback on running technique here?
I think it's good.
Looking good.
Long
That's
strides,
it. That's what you want to see.
Keep everything loose. Keep everything going.
Yep. Long strides, really symmetrical. Looking really, really comfortable here. Violet Hall coming out of that second turn in lane 3. Looking good coming into the finish. Lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 all racing for 1 gold medal. So Violet Hall, national champion in the T46 classification. And this will be our first finisher in lane 5, Riley Dortone. First in the T37 classification, national champion there. This is Madison Haas, lane 4. Finishing second in the T37 classification. Coming in now, lane 8, Violet Kelly from the North Jersey Navigators. Another name that I see competing here year after year. And final results with Violet Hall taking the gold medal, national champion in the U20 T46 classification. Riley Dortone finishing second in this heat, but first in the U20 T37 class. So talking about getting the chance to compete internationally and all of the different things that you have to think about, the hardest part for me is always forcing yourself onto a new sleep schedule with the time change. And it's one of those things that's not really a part of the competition per se, but it's really important for your performance.
It really is. Sleep is important, and if you're tired and exhausted, you won't have the energy you need to have.
So did you try the trick where you stay awake the whole first day, no matter how tired you are?
No. Normally, what I'll do is like a couple days before, I'll completely change my sleep schedule.
And start trying to get ahead of it. So going to bed, if you're going to Europe, that means going to bed really early if you're here. So like 6
7 hours,
or 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Have you found that helps?
It does. I think so. Because then if it doesn't work, then you're still over here and you got 2 or 3 days to prepare to get feeling better about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then definitely moving on the plane as much as you can. If you're able to get up and get around and to drink and to move around as much, that'll help you be a little bit less tight, a little bit less swollen when you get off the plane, because those flights to Europe are pretty long. Do you remember how long the flight to Portugal was?
10 hours?
10 hours?
I think. I don't know. I think I slept most of it because it was like the nighttime in Portugal.
That's a lot of people can't sleep on the plane, so it is a good thing, I think, if you can. We are getting ready for the boys U20 400 meter dash. This will be a mixed classification ambulatory race, straight final here.
Lane 3, we have Landon. Lane 4 is Timothy. Lane 5 is Will. And lane 6 is Kristen.
So here we have 4 athletes, 4 classifications, an opportunity to have some competition out on the track, but all of these athletes racing against themselves for a gold medal in their age group and their classification. The other thing I think about traveling internationally is, like you mentioned, not being able to run down to the store and grab electrolytes, but it's the food part and planning ahead and knowing what you're comfortable with eating and getting used to maybe not having all of the options that you would have in the United States and at home.
Yeah, like Worlds is coming up where it's in India. So
Yeah.
you gotta get used to eating Indian
Very
food
different
and
cuisine than
very
what
different.
a lot of athletes who grew up in the United States and are used to competing in the U.S. are used to. So in Portugal, did you pack any snacks? Did you bring anything with you, or did you work with what was available?
Most of the time I just worked with, like I had Cliff bars, stuff like that, just granola bars, peanut butter. I'm a big peanut butter guy.
Yeah,
So
peanut butter is
peanut
great.
butter.
Usually pretty easy to digest, easy on the stomach, and good calories.
It is.
So this next race is off for athletes here, all in the U20 age group, between 17 and 19 years old, competing in 4 different classifications. We have Landon Noonan in 3 T35, Timothy Donnan Jr. in 4 T44, Will Warder lane 5 a T38, and Christian Estes in lane 6 T47. Little bit of competition here coming down the back stretch around that first turn. Hard to say where everyone is, but coming out now, that is lane 4, Timothy Donnan Jr. with a little bit of a lead on lane 5, Will Warder, and continuing to pull ahead, looking really, really smooth all the way through the finish line here. Will Warder in 5. Christian Estes in lane 6 in the T47 classification. And coming out of that last turn right now, this will be Landon Noonan in lane 3. Landon, the only athlete racing in the T35 classification. The 30s are the only classifications that have athletes who use both racing chairs and also compete ambulatory. So T35, the lowest ambulatory classification for runners in the 30s. Landon Noonan competing against himself here for a national championship in his age group and category, and coming across the line. Overall finishing times, Timothy Donnan Jr., 59:25. Anytime I see one of those sub 60 times, that's speedy.
It's a solid
That's
race.
pretty fast. Have you ever run a timed 400?
Yep.
Did you run sub 60?
Yep. it was
All right.
59:59.
Nice.
Yep.
That's
we
it.
just got barely underneath it.
The 400 is always my least favorite event. I would race it every once in a while, but in general, the longer I went, the stronger
Yeah.
I would get, the faster I would get. So 400 meters was really pushing it for me. The starts were the hardest.
You gotta have a lot of strength.
You have to have a lot of strength. If you are starting in a racing chair, you are overcoming all of that rolling resistance from sitting still. And if you look at the wheels of the racing chair, you can see that the part that the athletes actually push on is significantly smaller than the wheel is. So it's like starting right away with a lot of resistance on a bike, because you're trying to overcome all of that rolling resistance, essentially working as a gear on the wheels. So second heat here. This is a mixed U20 wheelchair racing event. Men and women here. Want to go through our lane assignments for us?
Yes. In lane 1 is Jay. In lane 2 is Addison. Lane 3 is Aiden. Lane 4 is Weston. Lane 5 is Emran. Lane 6 is Furious. Lane 7 is Jonathan.
So mix here, all athletes competing in different wheelchair racing classifications, all under 20, a mix of men and women, T33s, 34s, 52s, 53s, and T90. So we have 3 athletes competing in the T34 classification, and that'll be Weston Powell in 4, Furious Thomas in 6, Jonathan Osborne in 7, and coming out of that turn already with a pretty big lead. This looks like lane 4, Weston Powell will be picking up the national championship winning gold in the T34 classification in the 400 meters. Coming in now, lane 1. We have Jay Coleman. Lane 8, we have Jonathan Osborne. Lane 7, Furious Thomas. This is Jay Coleman in lane 1. First in the T90 classification. Here we have Eamon Castaldi, T53. First place finisher in the T53 classification. And in lanes 2 and 3, this is Addison, Omar, and Aiden Carnes. Addison competing in the T52 classification, Aiden T33. Gold medals on the line for both of these athletes. Look at that finishing sprint.
Push.
Yes!
There's
Here's Aiden. So much can happen in that final finishing sprint. So not competing against each other for medals, but competing against each other out on the track. Weston Powell, though, picking up the gold medal in the boys T34 classification here. Jonathan Osborne finishing 2nd overall, and Jay Coleman 3rd overall in this mixed heat. Coming up next, this will be a women's open 400-meter wheelchair event, another one that is mixed classification.
So in lane 2, we have Maria. Lane 3, we have Sierra. Lane 4 is Emery. Lane 5 is Heather. Lane 6 is Alicia. And then lane 7 is Vanessa.
So mixed classification athletes here. We have 4 athletes competing in the T54 classification, 2 athletes competing as T34s. That will be lane 2, Maria Valet, representing the University of Michigan. Local here. And, well, kind of local. Kind of local.
Like 3
It's the wrong side of Michigan, I guess.
West side, best side.
Is that what they say?
That's what this is, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
Holland's the best.
And then in lane 6, Alicia Mears from Texas, also a T34. So 6 athletes, 2 gold medals on the line. Maria Valet in lane 2 with a good start, but this looks like we've got a little bit of a competition here in the middle of the track. Hard to see what's happening over on the backside. Waiting to see who's going to come out of this turn ahead. Looks like this could be Malia Emery or Heather Seelover here. Really strong performances from both of them earlier in the 1,500 meters. Looks like this is going to be lane 5. This is Heather Seelover. Really, really strong 1,500 meters today. Great in the long distance events. Also proving that she has some serious sprint strength here as well. Great lift off the back, looking really strong and really consistent. Coming in across the line first, so in the T54 classification, that will be Heather Seelover. Here in lane 6, Alicia Mears, first finisher in the T34 classification. So 2 finishers, 2 gold medals. Heather Seelover, gold for the T54 class. Alicia Mears, gold for the T34 classification. Malia Emery, silver for T54 women's open event. Maria Valle in lane 2 right now, racing in the T34 classification. So Heather Seelover, Alicia Mears, each picking up a gold medal, national champions in their respective classifications. Malia Emery with silver, Vanessa Strunk with bronze, and Maria Valle, silver medalist in the T34 women's open 400 meter event. And getting ready for the men's open wheelchair 400 meter event, our first of 2. And this will be all athletes racing in the T54 classification. 1 gold medal, everyone racing against each other.
It's going to be good. In lane 2, we have Zachary. Lane 3, we have Micah. Lane 5, we have Peyton. Lane 6, we have Jonah. And then lane 7, we have Zachary. Again, Zachary Carter.
Double Zachary's here. Both Zachary Holman and Zachary Carter, part of the most recent IWAS World Ability Sport trip to Thailand. And that was a really, really long flight, I can say for sure. But great opportunity to compete internationally, to get out of your comfort zone a little bit, to see how those events are run. Heard the gun, get ready to go. And they are off. Also some collegiate representation here as well. Zachary Carter, racing for the University of Alabama. Still looking pretty close together here. Coming out of that first turn, we've got a group of 3, and out of the tents, little bit of a gap here. We saw a really strong performance from Micah Campbell earlier today. Peyton Gunnarsson also top contendant in this classification. But coming in around that final turn, looking really strong. This is going to be lane 3, Micah Campbell. Hard to say who is coming in second. Micah with that final finishing sprint. Look at that hand speed, really, really picking it up with that kick. First across the line here. It's going to be close for the rest. Lane 5, that is Peyton Gunnarsson. Lane 2, Zachary Holman, top 3 finishers, gold, silver, bronze for this men's open 400 meter T54 wheelchair event. This here, lane 7, Zachary Carter representing the University of Alabama coming through. Micah Campbell, we've got another sub 60.
There we go.
59.77. No 59.59s yet, though.
No, 59, 59.
No 59.59s. As close as you can get.
Close as you can get.
But it still counts. We are moving on to Heat 2 of the Men's Open 400 meter event. Excuse me, Race 2, not Heat 2. That was a straight final. This is going to be a mixed classification event. All of the athletes over 20 years of age in different wheelchair racing classifications.
So on lane 2, we have Raid. Lane 3, we have Alex. Lane 4 is Robert. Lane 5 is Spencer. Lane 6 is Will. And then lane 7 is Jeff.
So we will have 3 medals up for grabs here in this event. 3 athletes competing in the T53 classification. Will Hamilton, the sole representative for the T52 classification. And in lane 2 and lane 7, Reed and Jeff racing as T34s. We are also joined here by a special guest this morning, another athlete with a lot of Paralympic experience, coming back, got her start at Junior Nationals and is here doing a few different things this week. I would like to introduce you to Tatiana McFadden, who recently became the most decorated American track and field athlete in history. Tatiana, it's great to have you.
Thank you, Amanda. It's so good to be here and get to see what you do live in person.
So we've got a 400 meter in the works. That is Bob Hunt in the lead here. You know a little something about the 400 meters. I heard that you just set the world record for T54 women just a couple weeks ago in Switzerland.
The 400 is it's a tough one. It's love or hate relationship because it's very tough. You got to have a good start and a good home stretch.
So coming into the finish here, we've got Bob Hunt. He's pulling ahead a little bit. What's your best advice? What are you doing the last 100 meters of this race?
You're just grinding it all out so you can have the best finish possible.
And that is Bob Hunt coming across the line first. Coming up now, we have some additional athletes. This is another one of those mixed classification events, so not everyone on the track is competing against each other, but the 400 was always my least favorite race. It really, really hurts. What can you tell me about pushing through the pain?
It is a tough one. It's an all-out sprint for about a minute or a little bit longer, and so you just have to sort of block out that pain and just think from the start all the way to the finish. That's what really helps me through the race.
This is Alex Brown. This is Reed Burkowski in lane 2, class T34. So, Tatiana, you have a lot of experience in the 400 meters. You've got gold medals, current world record holder. Walk me through your 400 meter race. What are you doing from the second you get out on the start, you line up, and then what?
It's all about the start in the 400 meters. You really have to really think about your first 10 strokes and really getting around that curve. And at the 300 mark, you really want to start gearing up for the last really 200 meters and really kick it as hard as you can on that last turn, and especially going into that straightaway. And so it's an endurance race, really, and a lot of power goes into it.
An endurance sprint for sure. Derek and I have been talking about this all morning. It is a sprint. It's 100%. It's all out. But then it's like a little bit more all out at the finish. You're already going as hard as you can go, but you've got to dig, you've got to pull, and you've got to see if there is anything left for that last final sprint.
Absolutely. Usually when I'm at the 50-meter mark, I can't even feel my arms. They're just they just feel very heavy, kind of like you're pulling weights at the last 50 meters, but just keeping your eyes at the finish line and just remembering what your last 100-meter goal is.
That lactic acid really builds up. It really, really starts to burn. It is so tempting to lay off the gas a little bit before you hit the finish line, but a lot can happen in the last 20, 10, 5 meters of a 400-meter race.
You cannot stop pushing until you cross that finish line, because you're absolutely right. Anything can happen in the last 40 meters, in the last 20 meters, or even the last 10. So you really got to push through that finish line.
No matter how much it hurts. So we are going to introduce the next race out on the track, and we've got a couple more questions for Tatiana.
In lane 1, we have Penelope. Lane 3 is Colin. Lane 5 is Andrew. And lane 7 is Joey.
So this is going to be a mixed age group, mixed classification event. All of the athletes out here are frame runners. And so this is one of the newest Paralympic classifications. They are 71s and 72s. These are athletes who are not good candidates for wheelchair racing. They're stronger with their legs, but they need a little bit of extra support. And that's where the frame runner comes in. And so if you get a chance to take a look at it, it looks a little bit like a bike, like a tricycle, but you're actually running, you're not pedaling. So there's some support and there's a seat, but this is all leg powered, no gears here. So Tatiana, it is great to have you back. I remember racing at Nationals with you when we were both kids, probably like in the late 90s. We have known each other for a really long time. You haven't been back for a while. So how does it feel? How does it feel to be here? What's the same? What's different?
I love being back at Junior Nationals. It is just mind-blowing how much it has grown. There are about 400 athletes here to see that growth. It makes me really happy because, you know, it takes athletes, previous, current, and the future to really advocate for our sport and to really work together to help it grow.
Absolutely, and it's been so amazing to see so many Paralympians here this week, really taking the opportunity to give back and to mentor the next generation. And I think that that is such an important thing. We didn't see that quite as much when we were kids coming to nationals, but having the opportunity to meet Paralympians to really learn what it takes to get up to that next level, to compete internationally, that can have a huge effect on someone just starting out.
Absolutely. I remember so much was given to my local sports program, and that's something I made a promise to myself in the future is to give back. And how do we give back, and what needs to be given to the future athletes? So kind of doing about a little bit about the research and just seeing what we can do and work together to help the sport grow.
It is so great to have you here. I know that you've got a pretty jam-packed schedule since you've been here. I heard that you recorded a podcast yesterday. What else are you doing this week at the Hartford Nationals? What do you have going on?
Yes, so today we'll be doing the meet and greet with the athletes, a book signing, and through my foundation, I have partnered up with Move United to start a traveling grant. So I have donated, so athletes, it was about 50 athletes that I helped get to nationals this year and last year as well. And so I started this commitment 2 years ago, and I'm making the promise all the way through LA.
That is amazing. It is. Travel is such a huge factor for athletes. Equipment is expensive, travel is expensive, and just having the opportunity to come here and to compete and to get the opportunity to race against other athletes in your classification at nationals is such an amazing experience. Out on the track, this is the T71, T72 frame running competition. This is Andrew Delenti in lane 5 of the North Jersey Navigators. Crossing the line right now in lane 7, Jody Putman from the Lakeshore Foundation in Alabama in the T71 classification, coming up to the finish line. So close, final push on the way through. Rest of the field coming out of that final turn now into the final straight. This is all about digging deep, pulling together what you've got. We talked about finding that extra thing. What can you tell athletes to think about when it really hurts, when it really burns, when they are trying to push across the line in the final of this 400?
Sort of, fake it to make it. I got this. This is easy. It's the home stretch. Just keep moving. Just open up your stride, open up your arms, and we're almost home.
Confidence is such a huge, huge part. And at the top levels, we talk about this a lot. So much is the mental side of things. It's the mental game, and it is believing in yourself that you've got it. So I'm going to do a quick shameless plug. I know that you are super busy and you've got a lot going on today, but SB voting is open. Tatiana McFadden nominated for an SB for Best Athlete with a Disability, celebrating her achievement of becoming the most decorated track and field athlete, 21 track medals in Paris at the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. So tell people how to vote, how can they vote, how many times can they vote, and how long is it open for?
So you can just go to ESPN.com for voting. I was really surprised and shocked and honored to be nominated, amongst just such great athletes. And so you just go on ESPN. You can vote as many times as you want, and it's open until Tuesday.
Here are all of our top finishers for the mixed 71-72 frame running 400 event. Andrew Delenti coming in first in his classification and in the event at 2:20:50. Tatiana, you've got some other things happening today. You're doing a book signing. If people here want to find you, where will you be after this?
I will be at the tent, the Athletes Lounge, for the book signing and a meet and greet. So I'm really excited to meet all the up-and-coming athletes.
Amazing. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We've got more 400-meter action out on the track. Please head over to the Athlete Lounge. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity. Come say hi to Tatiana, and thank you so much for coming to chat with us for a couple minutes today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I
Mhm.
All right, we are getting ready for our next 400-meter event. This will be men's 18 and up. So U20 and open men's ambulatory 400-meter event.
Okay, so in lane 3 we have Casey. Lane 4 we have Sam Winter. Lane 5 we have Max. Lane 6 we have Benjamin. Lane 7 we have Ben.
So another mixed classification event, little bit of everything here. We have athletes in the T20, T36, T37, T38, and T46 classification. So another opportunity to get a little bit of competition, someone to chase out on the track. But all of these athletes top in the country in their classification, racing for PBs and 5 gold medals in this event.
Sam Winter's another guy that was with me in Portugal, and I kind of knew him as soon as he kind of started the whole Paralympic, his Paralympic journey, and I was seeing how much he's grown over the years, and how much he's been a great athlete.
Sam Winter is another athlete that I know really well. He went on the second World Ability Sport Game to Thailand in 2023. I got the chance to spend quite a bit of time with him, and he's a long jumper too.
He is, yeah.
So different classifications, but great opportunity to meet some other athletes who do the same event as you and learn from each other.
It is, yep.
Sam, another member of the GLASA, Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association team. Huge showing here this year. I think they have over 30 athletes, which makes sense because not too far away. They're pretty close.
Yeah.
Based in northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, so a little bit of a drive for that team, but it's really exciting to see them. Another really familiar name and some athletes here that I have seen year after year competing.
Yeah, Max yesterday competed in the triple jump.
There is a triple jump offer. There are only a couple athletes who are here competing in triple jump and in high jump. Have you ever done triple jump?
I tried with my sister because she loves it, but it's hard. It's tough.
There's a lot of technique to it.
It is. Because then like for me, do I jump off my blade 2 times or do I jump off my single blade 2 times?
So it's a very specific step series, correct? Yeah. That you need to do for triple jump. What does that look like?
So if you're jumping off, you go left, left, right, or right, right, left.
I believe it is the triple jump that originally it's one of the oldest events in the Olympic sports world, and not the first, the earliest Olympic games. They called it the hop, skip, and a jump.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah. So there are quite a few athletes who have gold medals, and the event is hop, skip, and a jump.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Mm-hmm. The event itself hasn't really changed. Just the name. Triple jump sounds a lot more professional, I would say.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Other discontinued events include the team tug of war, which is a fun Paralympic event. That was the gun just went off for this men's open 400-meter ambulatory race. Mixed classification here. Quite a few different athletes, different classifications, all competing against themselves for personal bests in this event. Along the back side of the track now, looks like there is a little bit of a gap opening up coming out of turn 1. Waiting to see who this is.
Looks like Max.
And this is Max. Max Alabog from GLASA in the T46 category, coming strong across the line in lane 5. Second finisher in this event, Sam Winter, looking really, really strong here. And then coming across lane 6, lane 3, Benjamin Blumen in 6, Casey Orndorff in lane 3. And Ben Maloney here in lane 7, representing Hillsborough County in Florida. The only T37 athlete in this event. Coming up through the final stretch now, holding on for that last final kick that we have talked about so much today. This race really, really hurts, and it is all about pushing through the line. Ben Maloney.
And that is it for the 400s.
That is our final heat of 400 meters this morning. We will have the 800 medley races coming up. We also may have the finals coming up from the 400 meter heats. We do. From the 400 meter heats that ran earlier today. So top finishers in all of those first 400s are getting ready to race again. They just raced about an hour ago, and this is all in for the final here. Heat 1 of 1. This will be the girls under 17 T54 400 meter final. Lane 4, we have Autumn Fott. Lane 5, we have Isabel Crew. They both won their 400 meter heats. They had a close 1-2 finish in the 1500 meter today. This will be their third race of the morning. They are definitely going to be the ones to watch in this event. Getting set on the start line now, and there's the starter. And they are off. Once again, Autumn Fott in 4, Isabel Crew in 5. Are ready. Really, really strong starts from both of them. Autumn Fott coming up the inside, already closing that stagger. Isabel Crew is going to have a little bit of work to do here. We'll see what happens when we get past the officials tent on the back side of the track. And it looks like Autumn Fott continuing to pull ahead a little bit, but things can still change.
They can change. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be closer than it looks.
I think it's going to be close too. They have been close all day. They are consistently very, very close finishes. Hard to tell from this angle. Looks like Isabel Crew closing a little bit, coming up the outside. This is all about holding on here.
Yeah, this is going to be close.
Lane 4, Autumn Fott coming out of the turn just ahead. This is Isabel Crew here in lane 5 with that final sprint. A couple of hard pushes. It is staying really, really steady, and it's going to be Autumn Fott, national champion in the girls under 17 T54 400 meters, followed by a very, very close second from Texas teammate Isabel Crew. So much can happen at the end of the race, and that gap stayed really, really steady throughout the whole 400. Tatiana talked about the importance of the start. There's a little bit more time in the 400 meters to recover, but really it's a sprint, and it is a long, hard sprint. Top 3 in this event, 104.11. Autumn Fott, 104.38, so that is 0.2 of a second.
Close.
And we are moving on to the boys under 17 T14 400 meter final. Fastest qualifying times put in lane 4 and 5. This will be Ari Krishnan and Ryan Davis. Ones to watch in this event coming in from this morning's, a little bit earlier this morning's 400 meter prelim event. They have the fastest qualifying times, which is why they are going to be in lanes 4 and 5 for this. So that is where you want to watch off the start. Any predictions here?
I don't know. I think it's Ryan. Ryan had a 55.43 this morning, so I think it's him.
And Ari won his heat as well coming in at
101.
101. So a lot can change in the finals. Sometimes, have you ever had the opportunity to run a prelim and then a final?
I have, yeah.
So what was your strategy for the prelim going into the final? Because I think you can go all out
Yep.
and hit the fastest time possible, or you can play it a little bit safe and know that you're working hard enough for a strong performance, but trying to save that little bit of extra for the final, which could be Ari's tactic here.
See, I was never a smart runner like that. I would always go 100%, and then if I made finals, I'm going 100% again, just because I've never been a smart runner.
It's sometimes hard to play and hard to figure out how fast you need to be. I also always had a hard time with figuring out how hard was hard enough to still have enough extra. But I think sometimes too, it's just the adrenaline in the moment is going to take you and push you forward. Both Ryan and Ari pretty far ahead in their preliminary heats, so it'll be interesting to see how they look matched up head to head here. Coming up to the finish line, to the start line now, which is also pretty close to the finish line in this 400-meter event. It is one full lap around the track. A lot of athletes, I think, in this heat with the potential to go sub 60. We saw it with a couple in both heats, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did.
So potential to run sub 60 here. We'll see what happens. The wind is picking up a little bit. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a headwind or a tailwind finish based on our orientation on the track, and that could be a factor.
And everybody always races faster in the finals.
Everybody always races faster in the finals.
It's always at least a couple seconds.
Absolutely. Even if you think that you are going all out in your prelims, there's always a little bit extra when you know that there's a medal and a national championship on the line. So this is going to be fast. This is going to be close. And the gun is up. Ryan Davis in lane 4 coming into this final with the fastest time overall, 55 seconds in his prelim race, and it looks like we've got a little bit of competition. Ryan pulling ahead off of that first turn. We're going to lose him for just a minute as they pass behind the timing and officials tents, and coming out, gap is opening up.
Hopefully it didn't come out too fast.
That is always a risk to come out too fast, especially depending on what the wind is. And Ryan has raced a lot today. Third race of the morning after the 1,500 and a 400-meter prelim. Both of them very fast, but he's still looking pretty strong and pretty comfortable out there. Looking smooth. And this is going as long as he can hold on. Really, really good hand speed here. Really good final kick, and that is going to be lane 4. Ryan Davis, national champion in the boys under 17 T54 400-meter event. Everybody else coming in now really, really close together, and we will have the final results for you in just a moment. So Ryan Davis, 54.94. Ari Krishnan coming in 59. Sub 60 there. Third place, bronze on the podium will be TJ Mosley at 103. And that is your national champion, Ryan Davis. 59.94, half a second faster?
Almost a whole second.
Almost a whole second faster than he was this morning in his prelim.
Everybody else took out about almost 8 seconds.
Almost 8 seconds for the rest of the field?
Yeah.
That's significance.
That's pretty good.
That's really significant. You said you go faster in the finals.
Yep.
For sure. Little extra push. This will be the girls under 20 T54 400-meter event. And we'll see Adelia Borgmeyer, Addie Borgmeyer. We've seen her quite a few times this morning. Took gold in the 1,500 meters. Made an early move that was a little bit risky, but it really paid off for her. And coming into this with the fastest qualifying time from this morning's 400-meter prelim as well. What was she at, Derek?
55.69. This will be a close race because from the top 5 people is 55 to 58:30.
So we're tight. We are going to be fast here. Isabel Hogness in lane 5 coming in with the second fastest qualifying time. Addie Borgmeyer, though, a lot of speed and a lot of power off the start. Definitely going to be one to watch. I expect her to make a move early and take control and do her best to hold on through all 400 meters.
That was my bad. I made the wrong. 108 is what she came in as.
68 coming in for Addie Borgmeyer. But you always go faster in the finals.
Yep.
So we'll see what the finishing times are here. Lane 2 will be Esther Faith Penn from Penn State University, collegiate athlete. Quite a few athletes from different programs. Everyone racing in this event qualified this morning in a prelim. So it is the top fastest times across 2 preliminary races this morning have moved on to the final. We have a couple more finals to run after this. And then our last event of the morning will be the 800-meter medley relay. Some of the athletes taking advantage of a little extra time to get one lap around the track. We talked about how each track feels a little bit different. The turns feel a little bit different. And because wheelchair racers actually set their steering, there's 2 little screws that they use to adjust the angle of their front wheel. If you're in a different lane, that also makes a huge difference. And so taking the opportunity to have a little bit of time, do a lap around the track, and make sure all of those adjustments are right on. You don't want to be fighting against your chair on the way around the track because it's going to slow you down. It's going to make you less efficient. So,
do you know what the rules are for warming up? Like, how much time do they have between?
Usually athletes will get 1 lap to set their compensators. So they'll come out onto the track through the call tent. They'll get 1 lap to set their compensators, and it is up to them how fast or slow they go within reason.
Yeah.
And when they come back around to the start line, they will have to set at the line and then 3-command start for the 400. Just heard the starter go, and so this women's under 20 T54 400-meter race is getting ready to kick off. And there is going to be a reset on the start line here. You can see the starters coming around, checking everyone's position. Most likely someone was just a bit ahead of the line.
So what are the rules on that? Do they get a yellow card already, or do they get a red card for these national meets?
So for this one, no yellow card, no red card. Just an opportunity here to reset. It wasn't an actual false start.
Okay.
Everyone wasn't aligned correctly when the gun went up the first time. So pulled off, reset, and that was the start there. Addie Borgmeyer in lane 4. Lane 4, you can already see how fast her hands are moving as she is working to accelerate. Getting off the start lane, it's all about speed. It is all about power. And the faster you can get your hands moving, the faster you're going to get the wheels moving.
Yeah.
Here, we're going to start to see Addie start settling in. The strokes start lengthening out a little bit, and she's really pulling up. She's using that stretch to get some power coming in. We saw Addie lay off a little bit in her prelim, assuming she was saving for the finals here, but there has been no laying off so far. Coming into that final turn, starting to feel the burn a little bit. You can see not getting quite as much. Yep, yeah. Not getting quite as much height off of her hands. Hit the compensator. She is in the straight, and this is that final kick, the final sprint. Still looking really consistent. Quick, picking the head up to check and see where the line is, making sure she is going all the way through. And Addie Borgmeyer, another dominant performance here this morning. 108 in her prelim. I expect that this was a little bit faster than 108, I would say.
I'm thinking 105.
105. We will have to see when the results come up. Second, third, and fourth coming in now really, really close together.
There we go.
Addie Borgmeyer, 105.21. You're good at this. for first place national champion in the girls U20 T54 400-meter event. The rest of our podium, Isabel Hagnes coming in second, 1:19.89. Luzilla Ashley Castillo, 1:21.47 are our top three. Mia Bolello, 1:25.15, less than a second. And Esther Faith Hen, 1:28.96 in this girls under 20 400-meter T54 final. Tally Brandt and Willow Weidenheimer coming in close together, 1:30 for both of them. We are moving on now to the boys under 20 T54 400-meter final. Pretty excited to see how this one goes. Cohen Granum and Tyler Gunnarsson both in this race.
This one's gonna be fast.
This one is going to be really fast. Do you have their prelim times?
I do. So Colin had a 55.69, and then after that was Tyler with a 57. So it's going to be close.
That's going to be really, really close.
And then Jeffrey had a 57.16. So it's going to be close.
It's going to be all of these. I think all of this field has the potential to push sub 60 here. So less than 1 minute for a quarter mile, 400 meters around the track. It's going to be fast and it's going to be close. You have any predictions for me based off of what you've seen so far? Too close to tell.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be within tenths of a second within 3 people.
Within tenths of a second for those top 3?
Yep.
So Cohen Granum really strong on that 1,500 meter race, made an early move, but Tyler Gunnarsson has some serious sprint speed here.
He came
So
back after the 1,500.
he did. Matching up together is going to be really, really interesting. And I think that they are like less than a half a second apart on their qualifying times as well. Yeah?
Yep.
So we will see what happens here. Can't wait. Taking advantage of that opportunity right now because everyone is in different lanes than they were for their prelim. So an opportunity to do a quick lap around the track to make sure all of the steering is set correctly, that they are ready to go. They don't have to fight their chairs, adjusting compensators, and this race is getting ready to kick off. Also saw some strong performances from Domas Mayo and Gianni Quintero this morning. Jeffrey Files, University of Arizona, coming in with another sub 60 in his prelim. So I think you're right. This is going to be, this might be our closest race of the morning. I'm ready for a fight to the line. There's nothing I love more than a photo finish. As an athlete, I didn't love a photo finish.
Yeah.
But as a spectator, I love a photo finish.
Do you count when you race? Like when the last 100, do you count your strokes?
So a lot of people do, and I know that a lot of runners count their steps. I would count, but I would count more or less kind of arbitrarily to just like a number because I needed something to do with my brain. So they are off.
They're starting fast.
Cohen Granum, Tyler Gunnarsson, ones to watch here. Tyler Gunnarsson already closing that stagger and starting to pull ahead here a bit. But this one is going to come down to the line for sure. Tyler Gunnarsson going to hit that second turn ahead of the rest of the pack. Stopping to hit his compensator now, so into the turn. But there is a pack of 5 chasing and chasing hard. Athletes in the inner lanes making up that stagger still, coming out of the turn. This is going to be really, really close, Derek. Oh, we've had some change. Oh, this is close. Tyler Gunnarsson here. Cohen Granum coming in second. Everyone coming through so close together. Good move from Tyler Gunnarsson, I think. A lot of speed and really confident in that speed. He came into this with the fastest qualifying time, and I think he took that confidence and used it to his advantage here. We talked a little bit a few minutes ago with Tatiana McFadden about the mental game and how important that is. You talked about it in the call room about how easy it is to get in your own head when you are sitting there with all of your competitors, but it can really, really work to your advantage as well when you are confident, when you have a good performance and you allow that to carry you and don't let yourself get stuck on disappointing performances or get psyched out by your competition.
Yeah, you gotta just be prepared for it.
Absolutely. So here we go. Look at these times.
Yeah, they're
Tyler Gunnarsson coming in at 55. Cohen Granham just behind him.
Yeah, Tyler took off 3 seconds.
You always go faster in the finals.
Always go fast in the finals.
So we are prepping for the first of 3 800-meter mixed sprint relays. This will be the first 4 teams. We're going to take just a couple of minutes to get the track set up and ready to go for this. Derek and I will take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few moments to be ready for the start of the mixed 800-meter sprint relays. We are getting ready for the mixed 800 meters sprint medley relay. So this, have you ever done a medley relay?
I have not.
Do you know how this is set up?
But I love relays. Relays are so much fun.
They're so much fun to watch. They're a little bit stressful to be a part of.
They are.
So the 800-meter relay is 200-meter races, a 200 and a 400. So it's 100, 100, 200, and then ends with a 400. This first heat of relays, mixed classification. These will all be ambulatory athletes. And we have quite a few teams from different regions. A lot of these team names we have seen quite a bit earlier today. The first team will be from the Navigators Adaptive Sports Club. and they will be in lanes 1 and 2. So that is also something different about relays on the Paralympic side. Every team gets 2 lanes instead of 1 because with racing chairs, running, making tags, just gives everyone a little bit more space and helps avoid some of those lane violations.
There's like a point system too. We have to have so many points, correct?
You're correct. There is also a point system, and there are different relay options for different points. So you have the navigators will be in lanes 1 and 2. Great Lakes, Glassa, will be in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 5 and 6 will be Texas, and lane 7 and 8 will be Okasa. So we've seen a lot of these athletes compete so far today. Some of them, this will be their first time out on the track. This is also kind of a good opportunity to get a chance to get some time on the track.
Yeah. Like a lot of these runners, Sam Winter and Madison from Great Lakes, they've already ran the 400 today.
They have already run the 400 today, so they know what it feels like out there today. They've had some time on the track, and the great thing is for a lot of these teams, they are athletes who have the opportunity to train together, and so they know each other pretty well, but they are all different classifications because it is mixed relay, mixed classification, mixed gender, and so it's an opportunity to compete with some of your teammates that you wouldn't have the opportunity to otherwise, which is pretty cool.
Yes. I always run faster in relays than I would in my other time.
Sprinting was never one of my strongest events, but I do actually have a Paralympic medal from the 4x100 meter relay. We had 3 very, very fast sprinters on our team, Jessie Cloy, who was here, being one of them, and Tatiana McFadden being another one. And I lucked into being the fastest of the distance runners. So I ran the 3rd leg, and they told me, just make sure you make your tags and don't mess up, and we'll get a medal. And we did.
You did.
So I have some medals in distance events, but I also have 1 medal from the 4x100 meter relay in Beijing, which is pretty fun.
That's sweet.
So everybody taking a little bit of time here hanging out. This is the first leg of all 3 teams out on the track here. They'll be starting at this first corner of the track. Andrew Ringerson for the Navigators in lane 1, who we don't see. That is Lily Rosenthal in lane 3 from Glassa. Lane 5, Matthew Jeffrey representing Texas. Lane 7, Creed Evans from Okasa. So first leg, all of these athletes running 100 meters on the curve. There will be 100 meters straight, 200 meters, and then we will wrap this up with a final 400 meters. So team rosters for each of these as we are waiting for everyone to set. For the Navigators, Andrew Ringerson is kicking it off. Mikhail Kentuckin is leg 2. Violet Kelly in 3. Chase Merriweather running last. For Glassa, Lily Rosenthal running first. Madison Haas, who we saw earlier today, running second. Chase Gerner running third. And that 400 meter, he just ran one earlier. Yep. Sam Winter. For Texas, Matthew Jeffrey is the first leg. Trace Sark, second leg. Lydia Higgs will be running third. Kirsten Brunson running fourth. We also saw Kirsten run earlier today. And then for Okasa, it is Creed Evans, Maddox Malo, Hayden Fletcher, and last leg, 400 meters, Jackson Higgins, who we saw run a little while ago as well. So this takes a little bit of time to get everyone set, make sure everyone is in the right places, ready for tags. Unlike a non-disabled relay where you pass a baton, Paralympic relays and adaptive sports relays are tags. And so it is an arm tag between shoulder and wrist, and that is what the officials are looking for instead of that clean baton pass is a clean tag to make sure that it is a legal pass off.
Which it could be harder because you don't have anything physically to grab onto.
It is true, and it's a lot of timing. For some of the relay teams who have had some time to practice together, a little more experience, you'll start to see them kind of prepping that takeoff and working on timing the tags so
The
that
tag
they
with, how does
are.
the tag with the chair work?
So for the chairs, it's the same way.
Okay.
You have to have one arm out for the
Really?
tag, and it has to happen shoulder to wrist. And we'll actually get a chance to see the 400 meter, the 4x100 meter mixed relay later this week. I think it's tonight or tomorrow, and it is so much fun to watch. So this is Andrew Ringerson Navigators in lane 1, off to an early lead, making the tag, which you can't see, no flags, so hopefully that was a clean one. Mikhail Kentuckan running now. Madison Haas making up some time here, though. Glassa pulling ahead. It looks like Chase Garner running this 200-meter race, looking really, really strong and smooth here. And in this 800 medley race, athletes can break in to lane 1 on that last 400 meter of the race. So Chase Garner looking to make the first tag representing Great Lakes. And here is that final tag. This is Sam Winter taking off, getting ready to make that break into lane 1. Texas Regional in second right now. Kirsten Brunson running that 400 meter race. The tag happening for the last lap in lane 1 for the Navigators. I saw really strong running from Chase Merriweather earlier today. Sam Winter still with a strong lead representing Team Glassa. Last tag happened. It was clean. That is Jackson Higgins taking off now. And Sam Winter coming into the last turn of this 800-meter race. 400 meters for Sam Winter. He just ran 400.
Yeah.
He's running 400 again. It doesn't look like it's affecting him too much.
He seems pretty loose, ready to go.
Seems pretty loose, ready to go. Sam, pretty experienced athlete, has some international experience. Looking really confident here coming in. This is going to be close.
Here comes Chase.
Chase Merriweather,
You're
those
going.
63s run so fast.
Ooh, that could have been bad.
Close finish there. Sam Winter coming in first. Chase Merriweather making up a lot of time. We talked about that drive down and also the little spring that you get off of the blade. For an athlete who runs with 2 blades, it takes a little bit longer to get up to speed. But then once you're moving, you've got some pretty long stride lengths, right?
Looks almost like a leap than a run.
Yes, really, really long. A lot of bounce off of the blades, but the challenge for those athletes is really generating the power off the start to get moving. So we often see athletes with single blades running faster in the shorter distance events, and then as the events get longer, that's where those double blades start to really catch up and really generate some speed and power. This is Jackson Higgins with Okasa. Okasa, the youngest team here. All of the athletes under 14 years old running in this relay. Jackson Higgins coming across the line right now, wrapping up the first of 3 finals in the mixed 800-meter sprint relay. Glassa coming in first, 2:17.61. Navigators, Adaptive Sports in second, 2:18.55. That was close. Just about a second between the 2 of those teams. And we are getting ready to move on to the second of 3 800-meter finals. We're going to have another 4 teams racing in this one. Some similar team names we've already seen today.
It's cool to have a big team and have multiple relay teams. Everyone wants to do it.
Absolutely, and multiple opportunities to run different point combinations, different classifications. It's pretty cool. So we are going to see in lane 1, this will be another team from Great Lakes, from Glassa. In lanes 3 and 5, 2 different teams from Texas. They have such a strong team that they are able to set up 2 of them. These are all mixed 800-meter sprint relays. There's a point maximum, which is generated off of age groups and classifications, but these are mixed male and female, so you will see both boys and girls in these events. In lane 5, the second team from Texas, and then in lane 7, the Children's Lightning Wheels from New Jersey. So good mix from around the country here. And it's going to be just a couple of minutes to reset the track, get everybody out into the right positions, and make sure everyone knows where the tags are, how they work, how it's got to happen. Seeing some friends from years past here coming past off the track, which is always really fun and really exciting. Been doing this for such a long time, coming back every year, and it's so much fun to see other athletes, coaches, officials, so many people that I know and have had the chance to compete with. And I know it's the same for you also.
Yeah, it's also weird coming back and being so old too.
I know,
Like,
it makes,
I remember coming back and I was like the young buck in the group, and now I come back and I look like I'm ancient.
I don't think anyone thinks you look like you're ancient at all. But you've got your next meet coming up will be national championships in Eugene. So that's pretty exciting. We talked with Daniel Romachek about how cool it is that it's going to be a combined event this year with USA Track and Field national championships. What are you looking forward to most there? Have you been to Eugene before?
I've never been.
I haven't either. It's going to be my first time. I'm really excited. I've heard really, really good things about racing in Eugene.
I can't even imagine. Like, it's like a goal for everybody to race there.
Absolutely.
So now that it's possible, it's cool.
Yeah, really excited. Can't wait to see. It's going to be fantastic competition. I encourage everyone to tune in, to watch the races there. It is the best of the best. Every classification from the United States, all working for a chance to qualify and go to World Championships, which will be held in September in New Delhi, which I think is the first time para track and field World Championships have been held there.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you ever been to India before?
I've not. Have you?
I have. It's a very long flight. I didn't go for competition.
It's like 18
I just
hours,
went
isn't
on. I went on vacation. I flew direct out of Chicago, from Chicago to New Delhi, and I think that it was like 15 and a half or 16 hours
And it's so
on the
hot.
plane.
It's hot there.
It's very, very hot, very, very humid. And we talked about the issues with humidity for wheelchair racers and getting grip on their wheels, but also for amputees, humidity can be a challenge with keeping your leg in the socket.
Oh yeah, you have to double up on, triple up on socks. If you wear socks, if you're not, you wear a socket, then you have to wipe it down constantly.
Because the sweat builds up, things get slippery, and so, yeah.
Yep. You get like a rash always happens with that.
Yeah.
Lots of like humidity and stuff like that. And then slipping off. I mean, I bet we'll see 2 or 3 legs fall off.
Just because it is so hot and it is so humid. So it looks like we are getting set up on the start line here in lane 1 for Glassa. Sierra Andrews will be kicking it off. Amy Cyber, leg 2. Reed Baranowski will be the 200-meter leg in 3. Isabel Hognes running the 400 as the 4th leg. For Texas, the lineup will be Nolani Spicer, Devin Harrigan, Julia Gonzalez, and Cohen Granum. And for the second Texas team, because they have so many athletes, Tally Brandt, Addison Omar, Autumn Fott, and Isabel Crew, who we just saw go 1-2 and 1-2 in the 1500 and the 400. So that is going to be a really, really fast second half. And for the Children's Lightning Wheels in lane 7, Jonathan Lay Jr., Ella Ziokowski, Aiden Cairns, and Joel Tapia. So just a reminder of how this works. It is 100 meters around the turn for the first person, 100 meters down the straight for the second person, 200 meters for the third, and then the anchor final leg is going to run a straight 400 meter. Gun is off, ready to go. Really, really strong start here in lane 5. That's Tally Brandt racing for Texas. The other cool thing about this is if you don't have enough athletes who fit the qualifications and the points requirements from your team, you are allowed to ask athletes from other teams to be a part of the relay on behalf of your team, which is pretty cool. So Telly Brandt normally racing not as a part of the Texas regional team, but jumping in on this relay here.
I was always an independent, so there was one nationals that I would run a 100 meter a 4x4, a 4x1, sorry, and then I'd run a 4x4 in the next heat.
As a part of what team did you get to race with?
I think Glass
was it Glasso?
Glasso was the first one, and then the second one I don't even remember.
So tags happening right now for that 200 meter race. Pretty close together. This is still pretty tight. This is Autumn Fought and Autumn Fought in lane 5. In lane 3, this is Julia Gonzalez. Autumn Fought pulling ahead a little bit here, getting ready to tag Isabel Crew. The two of them have been racing super competitively all morning so far, really strong in these events. And Isabel Crew taking off right now, cutting into lane 1. Second tag just happened for the second Texas regional team. And Isabel Crew with a pretty commanding lead right now in this 800 medley event. That was lane 1. Last tag happening from Reed Baranowski to Isabel Hognes, representing Glassa. And coming in to that final turn, 200 meters to go, Isabel Crew pulling ahead. So 2 athletes right here together. That is going to be up. We just changed views. Coming in super close for a really tight finish there. Overall time of 2:43. That is Texas Team 1 and Texas Team 2 coming in less than 2 seconds apart in the second heat. So Cohen Granum, Isabel Crew, each running the last legs of those 400 meter events. Both of them really strong performances. That is Isabel Hognes from the Glassa team coming in 3rd there. And then coming in for the last 100 meters, this will be Joel Tapia representing Children's Lightning Wheels. 100 meters left to go of his 400 meter leg of this 800 medley relay. Looking pretty strong here. So top 3 teams: Texas Regional Parasport Team 1, Texas Regional Parasport Team 2. Super close together. Great Lakes Adaptive Sports at 310 bronze in this event. And we have one final 800 medley relay coming up next. Be a little bit of time to reset here. And then ready to go for the 3rd of 3 finals.
It's nice that Texas had eight racers that were about the same speed.
The Texas team is so cool because it's a statewide program. So there's actually smaller regional programs within the state of Texas that run regular practices and events for local groups of athletes, but they come to nationals as this one big statewide team, which is such a cool idea because Texas is huge. And so this gives athletes an opportunity to have a team close by, to have a regular group that they train with and compete with, and coaches that they work with on a regular basis. But then the opportunity to come here to nationals as a part of this big statewide program and compete with some of their other teammates, fellow Texans that they don't get to see quite as often throughout the year. So this is also going to be a really fast one. This is going to be a high point relay. for our last one. This is another wheelchair racing event. All of the athletes are competing as wheelchair racers. We've got another team from Glassa, from Great Lakes, and they're going to be in lane 1 here. Juan Rodarte, leg 1, Luke Bowman, leg 2, Jonathan Osborne, leg 3, Gianni Quintero, leg 4. For Rolling Thunder, Addie Borgmeyer kicking it off, Peyton Gunnarsson, leg 2, Jeffrey Files, leg 3. Coming in as a sub from University of Arizona, joining the Rolling Thunder team, and Tyler Gunnarsson, the 400-meter fourth leg, and a fourth team overall from Texas is going to run here in lane 5. Weston Powell kicking it off in lane 1, TJ Mosley in lane 2, Ari Krishnan in 3, and Ryan Davis in lane 4. And so this final 400 meters is going to be a little bit of a rematch with Gianni Quintero and Tyler Gunnarsson. And Ryan Davis has had some really, really strong performances. He's competing as a U17 here. But I think that's going to be a tight 400.
Will be. It's whoever can chase and whoever has a good start within the 3 runners.
Absolutely. A lot can happen in this race. The biggest thing is making sure those tags are clean. But there's all of these final 400-meter athletes have the potential and have, so far this week today, run sub 60 minutes. So this could be a really fast one. So some familiar names on there that we've seen a couple times today. Any predictions?
I want to go Great Lakes, but I think it's gonna be Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is a really, really strong team, and bringing in Jeffrey Files, I think he had the second fastest 400-meter time in his heat. That's a smart move.
Yeah, I think it is.
The gun is off. This is the last event of the morning today. Addie Borgmeyer in lane 4, Weston Powell in lane 5. This is still pretty close coming in, getting ready for that roll. Clean tags happen. And we will see what happens when we come out from the other side of the tents here. Looks like this is still Rolling Thunder and Texas making their second tags here. Getting ready for that 200-meter. This is Jeffrey Files representing Rolling Thunder in lane 3. We're going to see Ari Krishnan representing Texas in lane 5. And coming in, final tag happening here already. That is Tyler Gunnarsson. This is Minnesota Rolling Thunder. Tyler Gunnarsson taking off, breaking into lane 1 already, followed pretty closely by Ryan Davis from Texas. Last tag happening from Great Lakes, Gianni Quintero working to make up a little bit of distance here, but we've got Tyler Gunnarsson already coming into that second turn off the backstretch, getting ready to hit it, and 200 meters left to go for Tyler Gunnarsson. That is Ryan Davis right behind, working to close that gap, but I don't know. That's a big gap for 200 meters left to go, so we will see what happens. If Tyler Gunnarsson can hold on, this could be Rolling Thunders. Ryan Davis, really, the gap is shrinking. Not quite far enough. I think if the race was a little bit longer, Ryan Davis might have had a shot. He was closing hard and fast. A little bit too much of a gap to make up. And here is Gianni Quintero representing Glassa in third. Rolling Thunder 157.80. Texas 158.19, Glassa 212.79 for the last of 3 800 medley relays. That is going to wrap up our coverage for this morning. We will be back for this afternoon's track session. More action happening here. I will be back, and My friend Derek Smith here will be heading over to do some stadium announcing. So thanks so much
course,
for joining us here this morning, Derek. It was great to have you. So fantastic to have your input, and it was wonderful.
Appreciate it. Yeah, there was a great opportunity to show my experience and bring everything back together and be here. So.
Thanks so much for joining us on the live stream this morning of the Hartford Nationals, conducted by Move United in Grand Rapids, Michigan, here at the Athletic Stadium at Calvin University. We will be back later this evening, and we will have more action kicking off then.